time, I'd like to call to order the Monday, November 17th meeting of the Currituck County Board of Commissioners. From 5:30 to 6:30 this evening, we had a reception for Commissioners Petrie and Commissioner Martin. At this time, I'd like to ask the Reverend Dawn Hollis of Mount Zion United Methodist Church to lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Gracious Lord and Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight. We give you honor and praise, not only for this world that you have created, but for this little slice of heaven called Currituck County. Lord, I ask your blessing upon each of the commissioners here, each person here. May your spirit of wisdom and truth come upon each of the items on the agenda this evening. May we honor you, and may we serve the citizens of Currituck County in your glory and your honor. Lord, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. And it's in whose name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
This time I'd ask for a motion from the board for approval.
So moved.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next agenda item is public comment. We have quite a few people signed up for public comment tonight, and it's quite okay for you to agree with the person that was just ahead of you if they've said what you wish to say. We have a timer that's set for 3 minutes. The county attorney will be keeping time. And this time, first up is Miss Mary Etheridge. And I do ask, as always, you give your name and address for the record.
My name is Mary Etheridge, and I live at 846 Sharborough Road in Sharborough. My family and I have been involved in litigation with the county since December 2011. I have explained to the citizens of Currituck County how the commissioners voted to locate a junkyard behind my home when so many entities recommended against it, including the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources, and 2 courts have also sided with us, the Currituck Superior Court and the North Carolina Court of Appeals. I have presented my case as fairly as I know how, and I've never been disrespectful to the county, and I hope this does not come across as disrespectful, but I think long explanations by the county attorney is a little insulting to the intelligence of the citizens of Currituck County. I know my fellow citizens can tell what a junkyard is. I know my fellow citizens could care less what my attorney said in court about if it needed to be called a junkyard or a recycling center. What the citizens of Currituck County care about is if this same thing could happen to them. One small tract of land, a little over 1 acre, sitting in their neighborhood that 2 courts said was illegal spot zoning, costing their family thousands of dollars. And the only answers are long explanations as to why they are right when they have been ruled so wrong, and if it is a junkyard or a recycling center. Why not explain to the citizens of Currituck how it is fair and just to be ruled wrong, and how it is fair and just and okay to cost anyone thousands of dollars to protect their home? Yes, your actions required me to second mortgage my home, and that is wrong. Thank you.
Ms. Etheridge, could you tell us what it is you want from the county?
What do you mean, what do I want? I want to be treated fairly.
You come to every meeting and tell us this. What is it you want as redress for this?
I was asked when all this first happened, would I reach a settlement? And when I said yes, then it was like no. So it's not fair how I was treated. Y'all have caused me to mortgage my home and y'all were ruled wrong. And not a one of you, except Mr. Petrie, did tell me he was sorry. And Mr. Martin did vote not to allow it.
Okay, but my question is, what is it you're looking for as a settlement?
Some
What is
financial, you should pay some financial to my family.
it? Okay, Mr. McCree, can you address that for us again?
Part of the litigation at the Superior Court had to do with attorney fees. It's a general rule of law in North Carolina that attorney fees are not awarded to the losing party unless a statute provides. And a couple of years ago, the General Assembly adopted a statute that said that attorney fees may be awarded to someone suing a unit of local government if the court finds that the local government exceeded its legal authority, and the court shall or must award attorney fees if the court finds that the local government body abused its discretion. We argued this fully before the Superior Court. The Superior Court judge found as to the attorney fees, that each party would bear its own fees. He was not awarding attorney fees in his discretion. That was one of the issues. That was the issue that was appealed by Ms. Etheridge and her family to the Court of Appeals. The spot zoning got to the Court of Appeals because the county felt like, well, since it's going up anyway on an appeal regarding attorney fees, we'll have the Court of Appeals take a look at the spot zoning issue. As Ms. Etheridge said, the Court of Appeals affirmed the decision of the Superior Court and found that it was illegal spot zoning relative to this issue. But as to the attorney fees, the Court of Appeals found that the judge was proper in finding that there was no abuse of discretion by this board, and therefore there were no attorney fees awarded. That was the court's finding.
So what does that mean?
Well, there is a statute that speaks to the ability of a county to settle litigation. But in this instance, the Court of Appeals rendered its decision. The matter was over and done with. And it is my belief that the North Carolina Constitution might come into play here under what's called the private emoluments clause, that someone not be awarded public dollars, basically, unless there is a basis for the award of that public money. Again, this body has before it a Superior Court and Court of Appeals decision that says no attorney fees should be awarded. Each party shall bear its own fees. And this board, in my opinion, has rightly determined that that is the course of action it's going to take in compliance with the court's orders.
Mr. McCree, in plain words, could this board vote tonight to offer Ms. Etheridge's family a $10,000 settlement? Could we legally do that?
Obviously, this board can direct the county to do that which you think is appropriate in the best interest of the county. I would be concerned, though, about the constitutional issue and would like to look into that if it is the board's determination that it does want to now make some form of resolution with the plaintiffs in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Barbara Snowden.
My name is Barbara Snowden, and I live at 154 Courthouse Road. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm here for two reasons tonight. The first reason is to invite you back on Sunday, November the 30th, for the tree lighting here at the courthouse. There will be music, there will be entertainment, there will be Santa Claus walking around, and there will be lights all over this area. This is a public event. We invite anyone who is listening to this broadcast to come, and we hope you will come. If you cannot come Sunday, November the 30th, which is the Sunday after Thanksgiving, we hope you will, during the Christmas season, at least ride through here and see the lights, because they will be up through the first of the year. Okay, that's my first thing. Now, my second.
What time?
The actual tree lighting will be at 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
The refreshments will be from when you get here till you leave.
I came it was last year we did it out front. It was so cold.
Right.
It was very cold, and the hot chocolate and coffee and stuff was very good.
It was very good, and it was very cold. We hope it will not be the cold this year.
And the
Okay.
singing was wonderful, and the kids, it was just a good event. I encourage people to go.
Yeah. All right. The second thing that I would like to talk to you about is the Welcome Center that DOT is building across from the ferry. There are a couple things that I would like to bring to your attention. I've shown that picture to a lot of people, and they do not like the way the building looks because it does not fit in with the character of this community. I will tell you that one gentleman in Mayock said that I needed to contact, he said Blackwater, I now know Academy, to have them take care of it. But being the school teacher that I am, I knew better. I knew that what I had to do was I had to contact my elected officials. So I sent 2 petitions to Malcolm Fearing, who is our first district DOT person. The first petition was signed mainly by Knott's Island people and everybody who lives up and down this road. I did not go out and circulate it across the county because the people who are affected are the ones that are living on Courthouse Road. The second petition came, without me knowing it, from the Homeowners Association of Currituck on the Sound because they did not like the way the building looks. There are a number of people here tonight who will speak to that issue, and there are a number of people here tonight who just came to support the idea. The building, we're not opposing the building. What we're opposing is we want it to fit in with Currituck County. There's an old expression that says, or Yogi Berra said, it's not over till, and I'll let you finish the rest of the expression, but DOT is looking at the bids. They have not yet issued the bids. I have contacted people in the state and around, and until they actually start construction, there is a window of my county commissioners to ask them not to stop the project, but look at it and make it fit in with Currituck County. The final thing that I'd like to say about that building, from 1723 until 2014, this area has been the county seat of Currituck County, and the main building has been the courthouse. I do not want a building in this area that will dominate this area besides the courthouse. No other building should take the dominance of the courthouse away from the county seat. And as big as this building is, with as many rooms and with as many angles and all of the glass, it is going to take the dominance away from this courthouse. Thank you very much for your time and listening. There will be other people speaking on this issue, and I do hope that my elected officials will pass a resolution asking that DOT look at the design and change it in small ways that will make it fit better. They have done some things already. Originally, the building was to be made out of glass and stone, and we know we have so much stone around here in Currituck. We did convince them to change it to brick, and instead of having big arched windows, to have square windows. But still, the building will dominate this area, not the courthouse. Previously, the people in Currituck voted to maintain the courthouse here in this area. They were given an option. In fact, it was on the ballot of moving the courthouse, changing the name. And they said they wanted it here. And that's why this building, from 1723 until now, has been the dominant building in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I mean, I certainly support a resolution, but Mr. Scanlon, have we not already been involved in this?
Yes, sir.
I certainly
When
sent you an email and
we were contacted by, I imagine some of the folks that Ms. Snowden was talking about who brought it to our attention that they were not pleased with the overall design of the building. We reached out to NCDOT to determine where they were in the process and try to encourage them to come back to Currituck to sit down with the community to revisit the building. At that time, we were informed that they had had a meeting with Ms. Snowden and they had received her input. They felt like they had reflected that in the design of the building. The building was presented to Cultural Resources, who is responsible for looking at the historic significance of the structure. They've signed off on the building. It was NCDOT's position that they have made the good faith effort and they've received the permission from the state to go ahead and move forward, and that they were moving forward with bidding the building, and did not give any indication that there was an opportunity for us to intervene, to ask them to revisit the design of the building and or come to Currituck County and meet with either the board or the community to revisit the design. We certainly can go back and ask again what we asked about a month or so ago, and that's the direction we received.
Well, how about if we send something to Representative Steinberg asking him to get involved and to make sure that someone from DOT does come and address it?
Mr. Chairman.
I think if you wanted to make that into a motion.
Oh, I certainly will, yeah.
And because I really truly, if the a new structure like that, a useless structure as far as I'm concerned,
Me too.
doesn't need to be there, and it definitely doesn't need to be that imposing. I think we should be proactive on this, and I would like to see Steinberg and
Cook, both, yeah.
and Cook both get into this and see if we couldn't make some changes to the architectural look of it, and that's mainly what the concern is, and go forward from that, and we can make a positive statement to it by asking them to do that.
Well, if you want, I'll certainly make a motion. Mr. Chairman, is that appropriate?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was just going to add one thing. We had a meeting or workshop here not too long ago. We were talking about the Jarvisburg Color School, and one of the things that was pretty unanimous amongst all those that were in the workshop, amongst the commissioners, is a concern that it be architecturally consistent with the school there. And I don't see any difference with this. In fact, I see that it's consistent with that same theme. So I think we should do whatever we can to influence our representatives to move forward in that vein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we contact our state representatives, send a letter to Secretary Tata with the Department of Transportation, and ask them to revisit the Welcome Center, come back to Currituck, and meet with the appropriate folks that are here, Mrs. Snowden and whatever civic group would like to be involved, as well as our county staff, and with the results being a more architecturally friendly design that fits in with the character and nature of our county. Thank you.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Amend your motion to contact DOT to stop what they're doing, if they would, until you do, because, in other words, we don't want them to keep proceeding while we're waiting on Raleigh to respond. They say, well, we're too far along.
Well, I certainly add that in there. I made representation to Secretary Tata for that.
And can certainly just make that a part of
Exactly.
what he sends.
Just make sure that they say, well, we went too far, so you can't do
No.
it.
We've got a motion in a second, but I also will tell you, I was contacted by some of the citizens that were concerned about this, and I made some phone calls, was told the same thing Mr. Scanlon was, that they had felt like they had reached out and made concessions, and that they were going forward. So we need to get this
Time
done
of the essence.
tomorrow. The letter done and sent to them tomorrow to make sure that they know that we really want them to look at it. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next is Mary Simmons.
My name is Mary Simmons. I live at 151 Launch Landing Road in Moyock. And I'm here to speak on two issues. You've kind of solved the second one, but I'll start with the first. 1 week ago Saturday, I had several of my elementary school students invite me to their soccer matches on the opening day of the new soccer complex in Maple. I went and I was absolutely astounded by the beauty of the facility, by the number of grandparents, parents, coaches, and children who were clearly enjoying that complex, and the number of visitors we had from other counties as well. Commissioners, I want to applaud you for funding this incredible facility, because I know you take a beating on Facebook almost daily. It is a much-needed facility for our young people, and I look forward to seeing it host many events in both soccer and lacrosse. I also hope we'll be seeing an equal baseball complex as well as new outdoor basketball courts throughout the county. Those are also needed. My one suggestion would be to please let county restaurants maybe run food trucks there, as the lines were outrageously long in the one food facility that we had, and it would be a boom for our businesses as well. Again, I thank you. And on the second issue, I did come to speak about the absolutely appalling state design of the Welcome Center and toll booth in the historical courthouse district, and I did look through the entire 30-some pages of PDF on this facility, and there is a design for a toll booth in it. I thought that was a little shocking, as I thought we weren't going to do that. But it has absolutely no business in its large design fitting into our historical area. This is one of the few historical areas we have where our historical buildings are grouped, and the design should reflect the other buildings in the area. I thought it was interesting. It has a conference room. It has multiple offices. It has a staff shower and bathroom, and then the complex for visitors. And I think that it could be scaled down and at least designed so it looks like it belongs in our area. So I thank you for taking some action on that.
Thank you very much. Next is John Elliott.
Hello, my name's John Elliott. I live at 6086 Currituck Highway. I'm 40 years old. I lived in Currituck County for about 33 years. I've been a taxpayer since I was 16 years old. I'm a graduate of Currituck High School. I have 3 boys who attend Currituck schools and involved in multiple sports programs. I work at the Coast Guard base, been there for like 7 years. I leave at 5 in the morning, sometimes not till 8 p.m. at night due to my kids' sports. I have a garage beside my house, which I do hobby work in mainly on the weekends. I have a neighbor who got in a disagreement with me in 2009 about me performing my hobby in my shop. Before that, I had fixed his truck twice and painted it the quarter panel for him and only charged him for what the materials cost. Since our disagreements, he has gone to the courthouse, filed papers on me for operating a industrial business in a agricultural zoning district. First, it's definitely not a business, only a hobby. I did get a paint booth and put up the structure, but as soon as he filed the papers in 2009, I left it alone. It's been sitting there. I have about $10,000 invested in it. It don't have no power to it, don't have any doors on it, sitting there rusting away. He has teamed up with his buddy Ike McCrae, tried to harass me, file untruthful charges on me, and impose fines on me for doing nothing but a hobby on the weekends. It's only a 1-car garage. I don't have a business, no cards, no signs, no anything stating I'm in business. I fix cars for friends and family. I know everybody in the county. If somebody needs something, they come to me, ask me, and I try to do it for them. Since then, I ain't done any painting over there. Just shipped all my work to Camden. I've not painted anything in there since a while ago. Patrick Homer comes up there, one of the deputies, last week and says there's here to take my paint booth because I've been painting in it and won't stop. He is giving false information to people, whoever he's giving it to. Like I say, I've never painted in the paint booth, don't have anything. I just feel like I'm being bullied by these two people. You know, I don't have any authority. I had to go hire an attorney to go help me with this. I don't even have the money for that. Supporting 5 people on $45,000 a year, and now they're trying to put a $10,000 fine on me, saying I got to pay it, or they going to seize my assets. I'm just trying to figure out what am I allowed to do, what is considered a business. You know, I need to have some answers so I can agree with y'all and everybody's happy. But I just feel like I'm being shortchanged here, and I'm not being treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say for the record, Mr. Elliott called me a couple weeks ago and asked me about this, and I didn't have a history or background on it. But when he told me that legal action was being taken, I told him that he would have to consult an attorney, that I didn't have any jurisdiction or knowledge of the issue. And then I called Mr. McCree right after that and had a discussion with him about it, and maybe you can share with the board.
Well, I guess I can give some history of this. Several years ago, the Code Enforcement Office in the Planning Department received a complaint that Mr. I'm sorry, your name again?
Elliot.
Mr. Elliott was conducting a business, automobile repair or of some type, on his property. Investigation was conducted. A determination was made by the Code Enforcement Officer that indeed was taking place. As is the regular course of action under the Unified Development Ordinance, a notice of violation was issued to Mr. Elliott, demanding that he stop. There was continued to be, evidently observed by the Code Enforcement Officer, continued use of the property for commercial purpose, automobile repair. Thereafter, civil citations were issued every day that he was determined and found to be in violation. Nowhere along the way did Mr. Elliott appeal the notice of violation or the issuance of civil citations to the Board of Adjustment, as is provided for by the Unified Development Ordinance. As is the regular process in these code enforcement matters, after it reached a certain level, in this case got up to $10,000 in civil citations had been issued, and the activity was still continuing, the matter was forwarded to me by the Code Enforcement Officer to file a civil action in court seeking a couple of things. First of all, seeking a court order requiring Mr. Elliott to stop use of the property in violation of the Unified Development Ordinance and to fully comply thereafter with the ordinance until he was properly permitted to use the property in this manner. And secondly, to collect the $10,000 in civil citations. Now, obviously, and of course, the regular practice and intent of the county and the Unified Development Ordinance is not to use that to raise revenue for the county, but to use citations as a tool in an attempt to cause someone to come into compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance. The court ultimately, and Mr. Elliott, I believe I recall, was in court that day, entered judgment in favor of the county, ordered Mr. Elliott to stop using the property in violation of the Unified Development Ordinance, entered judgment for the county in the amount of $10,000, which was the amount of the civil citations issued to that date, and in addition provided that Mr. Elliott would be subject to being held in contempt of court if he were to violate the court's order. Since that order was entered, there have been a number of instances in which it has been reported to the county, not only by his neighbor, but by others who have seen activity underway on his property that constitutes automobile repair business. We have evidence of persons who have used his business and paid him for services rendered. I've sent Mr. Elliott letters on at least two occasions that I recall, asking him to please comply with the judge's order to not continue to use his property in the manner in which he was using it, or the county would be forced either one, to have a motion entered by the court with a show cause order why he should not be held in contempt of the court's order, and or that we would execute on the judgment. His activity has continued. I mean, county staff drives by. I drive by his place every 2 times a day. Many evenings I see his garage doors open and painting of a vehicle underway.
You can't see me painting.
So I know that is taking place, and so does the code enforcement officer and other county staff. So when again it seemed to be that activity was picking up, rather than trying to take it back into court before a judge, we determined that the best course of action may well be then to execute on the judgment for the $10,000, and, as he said, to seize the paint booth and maybe some other material that was causing him to continue to be in violation of the Unified Development Ordinance. And that's why where the matter is at this point, execution has been issued. Again, the intent is not for the county to raise revenue, but to cause compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance. And if there's some other way that can be done, or this board wants to proceed in that effort, recognizing that adjacent property owners and the community members have rights to utilize their property and have quiet enjoyment of their property, then certainly we're glad on the staff level to consider that. But at this point, we've just been initiating and following the regularly instituted process for enforcement of the Unified Development Ordinance.
So would it be productive for, you say you've hired an attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be productive for you two attorneys to sit down and work through this?
I spoke to Greg Wills as an attorney. He did not say he'd been retained. He said he was going to do Mr. Elliott a favor by calling me and to see if there is some way that he could get on a payment plan to pay off the judgment. And I said, well, Greg, the issue is not bottom line, the judgment or the money. The issue is compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance and cease use of the property for this commercial automobile repair business that is causing problems in that neighborhood. So Greg said, okay, I understand now. I thought the county just wanted the judgment amount. I said, no, that is not our point. We want compliance.
Well, my point is it's not going to be settled with him saying and then you saying, and now he's going to want to say, then I'm not going to go there tonight.
I understand.
I'm glad to call Mr. Wills again and see if there is some way that we can be assured that this activity will cease until such time as Mr. Elliott is properly permitted and properly rezoned, if he can be, to operate a business on that property. Several years ago, we tried to encourage him at that time to find another location. We understand he does wonderful work on motor vehicles, but this is just not the location on which this kind of activity is allowed by our ordinance.
Okay. We're going to move on. Tell me how we're moving on from here.
Well, I guess what I'm hearing is the board would like me to call Mr. Wills, this attorney that Mr. Elliott has spoken with, and see if we can't find some resolution short of selling some of Mr. Elliott's property.
And you could report that back to us?
I certainly will, and I'll call Mr. Wills in the morning.
Mr. Petrie?
I'm having a tough time understand people have property rights next door and people have property rights on their own property. We have a UDO that says you can't have a business, but Currituck County doesn't require anybody to even get a business license. To me, that's a conflict. You're saying you're operating a business, he's saying he's not, but nobody's even required to get a business license. So how do we know he's opening a business?
Well, first of all, it was assumed to be the truth when he failed to appeal his board of his code enforcement notices of violation and civil citations, and since then, of course, we again do have evidence of persons who have paid him money for work done at his property.
So we're going to interview people that he does work for, does a favor, and they said they paid him.
They do say they paid him, yes.
Mostly
they're not friends.
Yeah, mostly it's trade outs.
Okay, well, whatever. But I'm just saying we need to get a connection between the UDO and a business and getting a business license.
There is provisions within the UDO to do work following the conditional use permit. I mean, there are certain businesses that can be run from a home as permitted by the UDO, but there is a process by which you have to follow in order to be able to do that. Haircutting, for example, is a business that can be run out of a household. There's limitations associated with that, but I believe the correct venue for that is the Board of Adjustments to appear, correct?
But to appeal a notice of violation or issuance of civil citations, to appeal a notice that you were in violation of the ordinance, yes.
I just want to say that I think the neighbors have a complaint, and I know where you're talking about because I live in Grandy. There's some things you could do to make it better.
Oh yeah, I have.
I'll tell you straight up.
I have. You can go back there right now. I ain't done no
I'm
painting
just saying.
Right.
You're saying you could do to clean it up to get along with the neighbors, but I would
That
like for
won't
the
ever
county
happen.
at some point in time to say you don't have to have a business license, but you're operating a business, and you're assuming that they're doing this and doing that. I just have I'm not trying to do that, but I think that needs to be addressed.
I would just like to say, again, we're not going to resolve this here.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Petrie has a good point. I think Mr. Elliott and Mr. McCree have all said some things that I know I have a workshop behind my house, and I might work on a neighbor's car. and somebody decides they don't like what I'm doing, they can call and say I'm operating a business.
That's exactly the point.
And I just want to make sure that there's actually commerce going on over and above just somebody trading something out or fixing somebody's car or whatever. I've got
I
to.
do believe we have evidence of commerce, but I hear the board, and I will speak with Mr. Wills tomorrow and see if we can't find some other resolution.
But I tell you, this day and time, it does not seem like anybody can get along with anybody. I mean,
I get along with everybody.
We have provisions for home occupations,
Right.
no doubt.
And I think-
and that was going to be my question. Where's that defining line at in this case, and what has made this?
Right.
My recollection is this would not fall under or be allowed as a home occupation.
And that's fine if I say
It's
so.
not.
That's-
all right. Thank you, sir. And Mr. McCree will be in touch with your attorney. And hopefully y'all can reach some kind of a settlement agreeable. Next is Mr. Bill Richardson, former
Mr.
county
Chairman.
manager.
Mr. Bill.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to be brief. I will say, however, one thing. I am that neighbor who lives next to Mr. Elliott, and there's another side to that whole coin from what Mr. Elliott said.
Well, you join in the conversation too.
Okay. A lot of what I was going to say tonight have already been addressed, so I'm going to kind of paraphrase. I'm going to talk about the Knott's Island, the Currituck Knott's Island Ferry Welcome Center design, follow up a little bit with Barbara. But I do ask that my written comments go into the record, if you will so permit. I am the person who initiated those emails back in September, on September 4th and 9th, to the Board of Commissioners requesting that there be a resolution adopted by this board and forwarded to DOT requesting the redesign for the building. As Barbara said, I don't know of anyone who is opposed to a new ferry building. We all know that ferry building has been there for many years. It's functionally obsolete. There's not enough on-site parking. It's too small. And those guys down at the ferry dock, they've been living with that structure for a long, long time. And I think we all appreciate that the ferry is a gateway for Knott's Island and also the mainland, and having a welcome center, I think, is welcome and should be applauded. What bothers me about this, though, is really two parts. One is the design, and the second is the process for this project. And I'm just going to speak briefly about the design and talk mainly about process. If you have looked at the plans for this building, they are external diagonal supports with big concrete bases to them. And this goes up as supports for a second-story roof element. And looking at the plans, it appears there's a lot of glass in it, and I think the intent of the architect, without talking to the architect, was that it make the structure airy and that it also has some views of the sound. Also, as Barbara said, the original design had a lot of stone in it and also had windows that had no issue. Architecturally and visually, I think this structure, as it's designed, is incompatible with the character and what's going on with the historic courthouse area. And this is one of the few areas of the county that has maintained a lot of character throughout the years and throughout its history, and I think we need to preserve it. As Dan mentioned, State Historic Preservation Office signed off on the project for certain things, and I'll hurry up and try to be brief. But I think their comments were timid, and they're like the little boy in the room with the 600-pound gorilla. Let me say something about process. My main problem with this project is the process. I don't know what vetting there was on this project. I think the county staff was as surprised to see where this building was and at what stage it was as the citizens. It was almost like it popped up out of this thing. My problem with it is that in Division 1 DOT, this is probably a very small project with a division that's got a lot of projects. But the little old Currituck Village, this is a big, big project that has 50 and 60-year impacts on it. And it's something that we will be living with. If one of the things I think can be done is that the county needs to send a clear message to the federal and the state agencies that if they're going to do projects within our county that have major impacts on communities, then they should at least, at a minimum, be willing to meet with those communities and explain their projects. I keep thinking about the Judicial Center. When we built the Judicial Center, the original proposal was to have a jail attached to the Judicial Center. And Paul may have been the only member of the board that was on it at that time. We had a meeting with the adjacent property owners, Currituck on the Sound folks, and part of it was frankly not pleasant. As a result of that meeting and that citizen input, we took the jail out of the design. And I remember at the time I was very concerned about removing the jail because now, we were going to have additional staff, we were going to have more transports, you had safety and security issues by now taking folks and putting them in a vehicle and taking them to a place. But the end result of that process was the commissioners, and rightfully so, changed that project. We took that jail out of it. We, I think, ended up with a better project, and we had more local acceptance of the project. And there were no surprises when the construction was done. And I think that is where this thing has gone amok, this project. I think you had a DOT staff that for whatever reason were hell-bent on getting this thing done, whether it was pressure or whatever. They push this thing forward, and if you go down, you'll check, and every box that's on that compliance sheet, it will be checked. They did everything right. But what they didn't do was follow the intent and trying to make the county and also I think the citizens of this village area around here stakeholders in the project. And I think that is where this thing has gone amok. And I'll say one other thing, and I probably shouldn't say it, but because as this thing was evolving, I've been out traveling, been going around a lot. But one of the things that has really hit me with this project is that I think in the past, when you had Mark Bassnight in the Senate, you had Bill Owens there, I think we would have been have gotten a little bit better reception to requesting a meeting within the county to discuss a project. Come on, DOT. I mean, that should be something folks are willing to do regardless. And I don't know. I told some folks last night, I think this project is about 90% done, and I don't know if it can be changed. That cow's out of the barn. But I think we need to learn from this, and the county commissioners need to send some messages to Raleigh that we don't want to be taken for granted. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave my remarks for the clerk.
Thank you, sir.
Just one thing, and I agree with your comments and the others that we've heard tonight, but you used the term incompatible. And one of the most incompatible things that you did mention was a toll booth. They don't build it. Nothing happens without a reason.
Sure.
And just like in the Field of Dreams, they say if you build it, they will come. And in this case, it could be the toll takers. So it seems that with the size of the building, a toll building being incorporated in the original design of it, I think it portends bad things for us, and maybe we should redouble our efforts and maybe along with a letter make some telephone calls tomorrow and getting the squeaky wheel going. Because, I mean, we just fought a tremendously long battle involved with our state representatives trying to stop this toll on what is really a road. that ferry from Knott's Island to Currituck County is for all practical intents and purposes a road, and they don't toll any roads, in North Carolina. And having lived 10 years up in New Jersey and working in New York, toll booths are about the ugliest thing you can see, and they're a gift that keeps taking every day. And so those
Mr.
are my
Griggs,
comments.
I think the one thing that bothers me about this is not really as much a design, because I think reasonable people can look at something and say, okay, this is acceptable and this is not acceptable. I think what gets me is the process that NCDOT went through on this and kind of rushing the thing through. Mr. Scanlon said that the DOT folks felt that they had met with Barbara and had addressed a few of her concerns, and therefore the community was okay with it. Well, you got a whole lot of folks in this community. It's, citizen input is good. I think you get better projects, and I think you get more acceptance. And I think that's where they really fell down with this whole thing. They didn't involve the community. And, here we're sitting here, bids have been let, and, they're, I don't know when they'll get back, but they're looking at them now.
Chairman.
And I talk too much.
Mr. Bill, you have burnt out the red light.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be brief in saying that if somebody wanted to build this, a private individual, they'd have to have a public hearing.
Oh, that is correct.
And did the DOT have a public hearing?
Not to my knowledge.
Bingo. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'll say just a couple words and I'll quit. But Mr. Bill and the lady who spoke before him, totally correct. The problem here is the cart's pulling the horse. The toll booth that facility was designed around the deal of taking tolls on this ferry. And the good people of Currituck stood up and said, doggone it, ain't going to happen. And that started a deal up and down this coast, and nothing's been told as of yet. So, and it's in a I don't know where it's at. It's in a big deep dish right now being set on the tolling stuff. But you're right. That's what started it. That's what pushed it.
All right. Next, I have Wendy Shannon. I have you signed up twice for the Lakeview to talk about that, and then I've got you Moyock Development and Small Area. Did you intend to sign twice?
Yes.
Okay. Well, please come forward. I'm going to have to ask us that we get back to the 3-minute
I will do my very best.
I
got to watch the red one, right?
Well, yeah, we have an extremely long agenda tonight, and we're still in public comments. So I ask us to please stick to the 3 minutes.
All right, I will do my best. I'm Wendy Shannon. I live at 204 Puddin Ridge Road up in Moyock. And good to see you all this evening. What I wanted to speak about is several things that kind of tie together. But the first thing is the small area plan. I know that there was an extraordinary amount of effort that was put into that, as there have been other plans in the county, both completed and not yet finished. But it disturbs me to see how this plan is being used, and it's waved like a flag every time a development or some proposal is brought forward. It's in compliance with the small area plan. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm one of the Moyock Concerned Citizens Group members, and I have not spoken to a single person in Moyock that is happy with the way that plan was finished, what it says and what it's trying to do to Moyock. The full service district is the biggest problem, and that full service district ties in with the sewer development. With opening up that development to non-commercial, which was not what it was intended for, was not what it was portrayed as in every newspaper article I can find and every agenda I can find, there is nothing that says it's ever going to be opened up for residential development. Well, what the board has done by opening that up, you have basically opened the floodgates to Moyock, and Moyock is going to turn into Green Run. That is what everybody says when you talk on Facebook, when you talk with them face to face. That ties in with the small area plan because of the full service district, and that is supposed to be sewer development access. The only one we had previously was Eagle Creek and the small one behind Moyock, behind Food Line. But now we've got one that's going to be spoken about later that was going to be another small sewer service. And instead they're going to trade goodies with the county, let me give you this, and instead you give me that. Let me tie into this thing, and this is another residential development. The densities that are being proposed for stuff all up and down Moyock is solely because, I believe, because of the plan and the way it's written and the tie-in to the sewer systems. I can tell you the Moyock citizens are not happy, and we don't know what to do about it, because that plan is supposed to be what we wanted, and it's not. I can't think of a soul that is happy with the way that's being used. Some of the items that are in that plan, for example, is small town rural feel. A small town rural feel does not mean we want to have a town square plopped down in the middle of 168 across from Moyock Baptist Church. That's unrealistic, but that's kind of the way it reads. What we want is to be able to drive down the road and see farms. I want deer to run through my yard like they did 18 years ago when I first moved here. And that's what a lot of people want. So what do we do about it to fix that? Because that's a problem from our perspective. Something else, too, is there's a stormwater district expansion that has been proposed. It was in the newspaper, and we have been asked to get a meeting together with Mike Doxey. That all ties in with it, because if you don't fix the problems we have, it's going to only get worse. Thank you. Almost
Ms.
made
Shannon,
3
quick
minutes.
question. Did you participate in the small area meetings?
I did some. The ones I was able to. Most of them were held at 6 o'clock, and at that time I was working late, so it was very few that I went to.
Did they offer public hearing time for you to express your opinions about what was going on?
The Concerned Citizens Group, we had several people that went almost religiously to those meetings, and we expressed to them what we had heard in our meetings, which were quite well attended, the several that we had. But the biggest concern, I think, is that there's a misconception that Moyock was surveyed. The people in Moyock were surveyed, and I'm here to tell you, there was very little input from groups of people. Some folks said, what small area plan? What Concerned Citizens Group? Despite our best efforts to get the word out. One of the people on the board was on the small area plan committee was a pastor. I go to his church. Never once did he engage the congregation and say, hey, let's have a meeting. Let me tell you what's going on. So there's a misconception about that plan. I'm here to tell you. So what do we do?
You know, Ms. Shannon, that's something I've been trying to figure out, too, because people came to us and they weren't happy with what was going on in Moyock. We appointed a citizens group that was supposed to represent the broad interest of Moyock. They had meetings for a year and a half.
About that.
And then the plan was approved. And then when it was presented to us, we as a Board of Commissioners said, well, we'd like some time to look at this. Then we started getting phone calls asking why we didn't approve it the night it was presented to us. So then we approved it at the next meeting, and ever since it's been, we don't like it. So from our perspective, we tried to get citizen input. Those meetings were advertised. And we try to get people from different communities, different representations. And so when it come to us, we assume that is what's being presented. So we adopt it, and that's what we've been following. If that, in fact, is not the case, then if we go out and hold another series of meetings or whatever and nobody attends, we come back with the same stuff again. We've got to have people attend and express their concerns when we have those type of meetings. I mean, that was a year. How many was it? 19 meetings?
It was a concerted effort, and I have to tell you, and I know I'm over my 3 minutes, so I'll take part of my next 3 if that's okay with you. In my conversations with Holly, she was very sweet, and we talked a number of times, and some of the way it was portrayed is that the plan was supposed to be a guide, a recommendation. It could be changed, it could be altered, things that were not right. But the way I'm seeing it is like that's just part of the UDO. It's being waved like a flag. Oh, it's in accordance with. So yes, let's build 250 houses on 10 acres and have them 6 houses to an acre. And I know I'm exaggerating, but that's what we're seeing now. The developments are exploding, and people are concerned about the schools. I know there's something on the agenda about that. That's what people are concerned about, the flooding. I spoke with a gentleman from Eagle Creek who's in the Homeowners Association, and he's telling me this one that's going to be talked about tonight has flooding issues. which goes back to what we started our group with, was flooding issues. All this ties together. I mean, you're not going to change Moyock no matter what you write on a piece of paper. It's going to flood.
Well, I guess what I would say is,
there's lots of things.
We're neither pro or con either way, but when we adopt a plan, people go and spend money based on that plan, and that's why we follow that plan when we make approvals, because you can't put out a plan saying one thing, then somebody goes spends tens of thousands of dollars on that under that plan, and then it comes forward, and then we say, oh, we changed our mind 30 minutes before the meeting started, and so that's not fair either. So what we've got to figure out is how to find a way to get the public has got to give us input about what they would like to see. I mean,
agreed. So how do we stop what's going on that we're all up in arms about until we can get this fixed? I mean, the sewer thing, that's the first thing I started off with. That's what's enabling the density. The density's got us upset. The amount of developments that have been approved that haven't even been broken ground yet. You get all of those built out at the same time, what's that going to do to Moyock?
I
don't think that's
I don't know
being
that I can
considered.
answer that tonight.
I realize that, but
I can tell you
what
we'll
do we
be
do?
doing some planning sessions at the first of the year, and this is one of the things that we will be discussing and how to go forward with this. So we have, trust me, none of us like to set up here on Monday nights and we have a plan like this and then everybody's opposed to it, but none of us like that. So after the first of the year, I feel pretty sure that we'll be discussing some of this and trying to figure out how to get that input going again and look at what we do, whether it's lot sizes or whatever. I can't give you an answer tonight.
Thank you.
But I do appreciate you succinctly bringing those issues forward.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Elliott.
I'm Elliott Susser. I live at 117 Canadian Goose Drive on Bells Island. I came down tonight to speak on the planned new Welcome Center. And the first thing I'd like to do is thank the board for doing whatever it can to see that this is made right. Other than that, the most I can say is I'm a historian. My wife has a 4-year degree in fine art and a background in real estate sales. And the first thing the two of us said when we saw the drawings is this is simply not Currituck. It's not in, as she said, I had to put it this way, in the vernacular architecture of the area. Now, we are newcomers to the area. We are just completing 7 years here. And if I may, I'd like to tell you a brief story. When we first moved here, we ran into a gentleman at the Wildlife Center in Kerala, who is the director, and his family has been living in Currituck since 1690 and has the family Bible to prove it. And when he heard we were moving here from Long Island, New York, the first thing he said was, well, I hope you're not planning on trying to change this into looking like someplace else. And we said to him, sir, we fell in love with it the way we saw it when we first got here, and we don't want to see anything change. Big smile from the gentleman I was speaking with. And that essentially is why we're objecting to the look of this thing. It is a major change in Currituck. No one objects to there being a welcome center, but everything else in the area is, what should we say, mid-Victorian clapboard structure, horizontal clapboards. This one's vertical for reasons I can't imagine. It just doesn't fit in. In any event, thank you again for doing what you can to see that it's made right.
Thank you, sir. And next we have Sandra Justice.
Esteemed Board of Commissioners, I'm Sandra Justice. I live at 2310 Currituck Highway, where we're endeavoring to restore an 18th century house. History has been very important to me. We moved here 6 years ago in an effort to get back towards the south, where I was born and raised, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I worked at a historic site for 21 years and served on various historic architecture review boards, both for people who were restoring older homes and older buildings and for new construction in historic sites. I have been amazed since I've been here at how little so many people respect their architectural heritage in this area. I see beautiful early homes sitting in the middle of cornfields just moldering away while someone builds a modular home in front of it and moves into it, rather than to restore what is wonderful and historically correct sitting behind it. This little loop, as you come off of Route 168, is a wonderful location for people to visit, and we want to make it welcoming. I have no objection to a welcome center here. However, if you look at the buildings that are here, and this qualifies as a historic district, though it may or may not be registered as such, the buildings that are here with the old courthouse, the old jail, the Snowden store across the street, the other buildings that are right here have historic significance. And the building that is proposed to put here as a welcome center, really, to be very rude and frank about it, looks like it would be served better as a fast food restaurant. It has soaring angles, lots and lots of glass, which is not in keeping with the historic area in which it is proposed. And the fact that a toll booth is already being built in does portend bad things to come. I won't speak any longer because everyone else has before me spoken eloquently on the same criticisms that I have of it, but I do thank you for your resolution to look into this, and I look forward to an outcome. And as far as I'm concerned, it can't be a done deal until that foundation is dug, and you all have the ability to do something about this. Thank you so much for listening this evening.
Thank you. That's all I have signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we are going to move to the next agenda item, which is presentation on school capacity and residential development. I believe Mr. Woody is going to do that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to do a brief presentation on the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. At our previous meeting, the board asked staff to come back and provide some information on that ordinance and how it's managed. What I'm going to cover tonight, first, is what is the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, how is the APFO applied, and how is school capacity tracked. A lot of words on these slides, not a lot of pictures, and I apologize for that, but I wanted to put it up where everybody could see it and have a chance to look at some of these terms. The Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance aren't necessarily unique to Currituck County, although Currituck was one of the first counties in the state to adopt an APFO, and certainly the first one to successfully defend parts of that in court many years ago. According to land use law in North Carolina, which is a book put out by the School of Government, APFOs are basically ordinances that tie development approvals to a county or a city's ability to provide services. Currituck County UDO specifically says in our ordinance that no development authorized by a use permit shall exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. We usually think of that as school seats, but it actually is much broader than that. The APFO covers not just schools, but fire, rescue, law enforcement, and even utilities. There have been times in the past when development the county has used the APFO ordinance to limit development when there was shortages of water before the RO plant was expanded. It's even been used in the past for schools before, and that's why you have 2 elementary schools that were built probably within the past 10 years here in Currituck County. Generally, though, the county has to manage the APFO according to state law. There were a number of counties in the past that have tried to charge what's called impact fees, but those are deemed to not be legal, so you can't charge a fee. What you effectively are as a county government is if you have the service, you're compelled to approve the development. If you don't have the service available, you can delay the development, but then you're compelled to provide that service or to initiate the means to provide that service. So it doesn't necessarily stop development forever. It just puts the government into a situation of either having to provide the service or not, depending on if it's available. Let me get into that a little more. The way we apply the APFO in Currituck County is pretty simple. It's part of the use permit approval. So if there's a development that doesn't require a use permit, then the county Board of Commissioners cannot apply the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. In Currituck County, the primary thing that requires use permits are major subdivisions. So when we have the subdivisions that come before you, the staff and the residents and the developers and the applicants go swear in down there by the podium. That's because those subdivisions are managed and approved as a use permit by the Board of Commissioners. Having that as a use permit gives you, among other things, the board the ability to apply the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. There's a handful of other uses that require use permit: asphalt plants, some really intense industrial uses. So you could also presumably apply the APFO to those industrial uses, but you probably wouldn't. Mostly it applies to schools through that use permit. As you're applying the APFO, the first finding you have to make is there capacity? Is there service available? Does the county have available water, fire, EMS, police, school seats, etc.? If the answer to that is no, you as a county, or maybe the answer to that is we do, but it's getting very close, you can actually phase developments. There have been times in the past when there's subdivisions that have come through and the Board of Commissioners have said, we're not going to allow more than 20 lots per year to go to record. You're allowing the development, but you're managing it and letting it go slower. And those are typically in times when you're building a water plant expansion or building a school or whatever. So there is the ability through this ordinance to manage or phase development. If the adequate public facilities are not available, and the reason you try to track these things is to make sure you can kind of anticipate that before it actually happens. But if they're not available, then the county is deemed or is necessary to initiate a program to cure the deficiency in adequate public facilities. So, for example, if we're getting to the point where there's not enough school capacity available, the county then needs to take the steps to make that capacity become available. That could be build a school. That could be other things as well. There's a number of ways to create capacity, and I'll go over those in a second with regard to the schools. So the important question, or what everybody's kind of curious, is how do we track school capacity? And I'm going to focus on that for the rest of the presentation and not spend time on fire, police, or water, or any of those other services. So existing school capacity is established by the school system. That's a number, and every several years or so, the county staff and the school system will meet to review that number. But the existing school capacity is, on its surface, is how many students can you put in a building? That's kind of the simple answer, but it's more complex than that because there's things that contribute to that such as, do you have enough teachers hired? How do you use the rooms? Do you have class size? For example, the General Assembly removed the caps or the limits on class size, so you could have bigger class sizes now. So a capacity number is variable. It depends on a lot of factors, from class size to number of teachers hired, et cetera. So every so often, every few years, the county staff will sit down with the staff of the school board and try to ensure that we're using the correct school capacities. In applying the APFO, the existing school capacity, and I'm going to show you a chart in a second.
Ben, quick question.
Yes.
Okay, so is it a fair and accurate statement to suggest that just because we have, and I'm going to use a random number, the high school has a capacity of 1,000 students, that is not a firm fixed number, that in fact that the number of teachers that are working there, for example, that if we increase the teacher load, that number would go up or potentially would go up.
Good.
So there is a limiting element to every school capacity, but the numbers that we see are where we exist today.
Yes.
So that's
yes,
okay.
That's right. Class sizes, there's a number of things that can change it. Obviously, the fire marshal probably will put an absolute cap of kids in a building, but that doesn't mean you want to have that many kids in a building necessarily, as for what we deem to be capacity. not a popular thing, but particularly at high schools, I'm not saying Currituck does this, but some places are willing to accept a certain number of mobile classrooms in that capacity. Some places say we'd rather put a few mobile classrooms out than build a new high school. It depends, and that's a variable number, like you said, so it can change. Schools, so the county has a capacity for each individual school, but how this is put together, and this is before I became planning director, the schools are grouped based on the type of school and the geography. So, for example, and we're going to go through this in a minute, Moyock Elementary has certain capacity numbers. North of the Intercoastal Waterway, you also have Scarborough Elementary and Central. In terms of tracking the numbers, these three schools are grouped together. The reason that is, again, is it's probably easier to move a district line than it is to build an elementary school. Same thing in Lower Currituck. Jarvisburg Elementary and Griggs Elementary are grouped together for tracking purpose. And you'll see, I'll show a slide, you'll see the individual numbers for each school, but you'll see collectively how they were grouped together. And I just want to point that out. Middle school and high schools are the same way. Next is, what is the existing school demand? So how many students are in the school? That number changes every single month. Every month, the school system has an ADM, which is an average daily membership. What the county uses for our purposes of tracking is we use the January ADM. So every January, we get the average daily membership from the school. We plug that into the big spreadsheet. So what I'm going to show you tonight shows the January 2014 ADM. January 2015, we'll get a new ADM. We'll plug that in. Could be more students, could be less students. It fluctuates. Every year, it tends to go up and down. So, quite simply, existing school capacity, simple math. It's the capacity of the school or the grouping of schools minus the existing school demand, the number of students in the school. That gives you what your existing available school capacity is. So that takes us into the APFO. So then the question is, how does the county track and anticipate future development and how that calculates into this? What the county does is we have what's called a committed development demand. That's the number of classroom seats needed to accommodate any lot with at least preliminary plat or final plat approval that has not received a certificate of compliance. So if a subdivision is platted, let's say it goes all the way through, roads are in, lots are platted. If there's 100 lots, any lot that remains vacant is calculated into the committed development demand. Once a house is built on the lot, at that point, that house is part of the average daily membership. When the house exists, it is deemed to contribute to the actual school population. If the house doesn't exist, if it's just an empty lot, we assign a formula to it. We're estimating how many school kids that vacant lot's going to generate. Go ahead.
You're telling me that the 540 lots that we've approved in the last 2 years have already been calculated?
Yes. I'm going to show it to you in a second. I'm going to show you on the spreadsheet. Now, the 500 so lots that are approved at preliminary plat level, if it's just a zoning, it's not calculated. So anytime a preliminary plat is approved, those are calculated in committed development demand. Now remember, preliminary plats, though, means that that nothing exists. There's no roads. There's no construction. Another thing to keep in mind is that preliminary plats expire after 2 years. Now, the developer can ask for an one-time extension, but preliminary plats, so when you track this number, every time a house is built, we take that lot out of the committed development demand formula. Every time a preliminary plat expires, we take that entire plat out of the committed development demand formula. So a good example is January 1st of this year, approximately 800 lots are going to be removed from the committed development demand formula. So we're going to lose 800 lots out of that formula January 1st. Is that countywide? It's countywide. Majority of that is actually north of the Intercoastal Waterway, though.
Does Corolla and four-wheel drive go into that?
Do not. The Outer Banks is exempt from the APFO. So a good example is Currituck Reserve, for example. That is set to expire January 1st. That subdivision alone, 688 lots come out of the formula.
So how many students would that equate to?
172 elementary students, 55 middle school students, and 96 high school students.
Thank you.
That's at Currituck Reserve alone.
Currituck Reserve alone. So now I also want to note, and just to say, Lakeview, the subdivision tonight, is already included in that formula. Lakeview is already counted in the committed development demand. Those lots are already factored in.
So just to be clear, the the one you were talking about that you just gave me the stats on, those will be removed When did you say in January?
January 1st.
Which will then create more capacity in the system.
More capacity in the committed development demand, yes.
In that system.
Now, yes, that's right. But now, to be honest, or just to be upfront, obviously new subdivisions will come along. There's a 5-lot subdivision tonight, if approved, will go into that. So you'll have some come off, but you have some come in.
So you're kind of having a wash.
You do. Now, the Currituck Reserve is a pretty significant removal of lots January 1st. We don't have subdivisions that big, but generally they come and go. You got to see a lot of preliminary plats that come through here and don't always get developed out. But the key is before these lots have houses built on them, the county assigns a generation rate. So any lot or preliminary plat lot is assigned 0.25 elementary students per lot, 0.08 middle school students, and 0.14 high school students. That generation rate is taken by the county hired a firm called Tischler Bice to develop that, and those folks are a lot smarter than I am, and they apply regression analysis, and they do things to kind of generate. They look at subdivisions, the typical kind of student counts associated with houses, and they assign these generation rates to an empty lot.
And how long has that plan been in effect?
The last Tischler Bice update we had was either 04 or 05.
And have you found it to be accurate relative to the forecasting?
It's surprisingly accurate, to be honest. Those numbers are fairly good, and they're pretty consistent with what other counties that have APFOs use, actually. I don't know, Dan, do you any comments on that? Or
We have gone back and reviewed subdivisions that have gone to full build-out. We only have a couple of them since this time period, and what we found collectively, this is pretty accurate. Now, it might not be dead-on subdivision to subdivision, but collectively it's proven pretty adequate tool.
And that's been based on a decade or 10 years of observation that's been specific to this county and its growth?
Correct.
And based on that, have we ever been surprised by a lack of capacity in the schools?
Surprised?
In other words, those stats, that generation rate you said has been fairly consistent. Have we ever come up to a new school year and went, wow, we don't have enough capacity for the students?
No, sir.
And not to say, at some point, is the county going to build a new school? Yes, of course they are. Don't know when that is, but just to say this stuff is tracked. It's not just arbitrary, so to speak. And every month, some staff person goes in and updates a spreadsheet with the new numbers, and it's down to the level of certificates of.
Yes. Am I not correct that this was challenged in court?
Yes, sir.
And we were found to be totally within acceptable limits of.
The ordinance itself was
yes.
challenged, yes. And the county prevailed.
And I believe it went all the way to, not to the Supreme Court, but to the Court of Appeals, didn't it?
That's correct.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it was either the last meeting or meeting before. I think, Mr. Scanlon, you were asked, or I believe you commented that we were looking at about a 5-year, maybe, that we had at least 5 years before we were going to.
Well, he's showing you the figures right now.
So that would be consistent with what we're hearing tonight. I'm just trying to put a time frame to it.
Well, I believe my comment was we're not anticipating the need of a school within the next 5 years. No.
So I've kind of explained each of these categories in detail, but let me just run through this. I'm not going to do the whole spreadsheet, but let's just take the elementary schools north of the bridge, north of the Intercoastal Waterway, So Moyock Elementary, Scarborough Elementary Central, each has a school capacity. Again, those are provided by the school system. You can see those individually, and they add up to 1,565 classroom seats in those elementary schools. Existing demand is based on the January average daily membership of 2014. That will change January 2015. I don't know what it is yet, but it will. But as of that January 2014 ADM, the number of classroom seats occupied was 1,085. So that gives you an available capacity of 480 classroom seats. Committed demand, that means how many preliminary plats and vacant final plat lots are sitting out there without a house on them. That committed demand is 399 classroom seats. So take the subdivision, that includes Currituck Reserve, Lakeview tonight, all those empty lots, even the one empty lot that still sits in River's Edge is included in that. Wherever they are, that's saying that those subdivisions or those empty lots, when they build out, they'll generate 399 school children. Now you have to remember, though, just a caveat, it may have taken Currituck Reserve a decade to build out. So that committed demand, while it's 399 classroom seats, it doesn't factor in an absorption rate. I don't know how fast those 399 committed demand lots will actually absorb in the marketplace. So it could be 10 years before they absorb. That leaves a remaining committed demand capacity of 81 classroom seats.
So you're telling me that 399 is committed demand?
Yes.
Currituck Reserve comes off at the end of the calendar year.
It does.
That 399 number will increase.
So that 399 number will decrease by 172.
It'll decrease?
By 172.
Okay, that'll decrease. Okay, that's right. It'll decrease. Now, and how many lots were at Currituck Reserve?
688. So let me do this.
But real quick, we're going to do a wash. We had 540. Some of the 540 is already figured into that, right?
Some are. That's correct.
Okay.
But including like, for example, yes, that's correct. So let me do this real quick. So just to give some context, and this is just doing the math. So available capacity is 480 classroom seats. According to the formula, it would take 1,920 built houses to generate 480 elementary school kids. 1,920 houses would have to be built to generate 480 elementary classroom seats. That's using a formula of 0.25 elementary students per house. The committed demand, 399 houses would have to be built, and that would generate 1,596 houses are built to create 399 classroom seats under committed demand. So that just gives some context. It's pretty big numbers to get those numbers of students, of houses built. But the important thing is the staff tracks this. So, for example, if remaining capacity, which is, again, based on lots that don't exist, if that got to zero, at that point the staff would come to the board and say, hey, the remaining capacity is now at zero. We need to start thinking about this. But remember, that committed demand could still take 5, 6, 7, 10 years for that absorption to occur.
And that's not a school building size limitation, that potentially there are some steps. If we ramped up faster than expectations, for example, building boom goes on and we're building houses left and right. There are some steps that we can do to slow down, to increase capacity.
I believe there are. I would prefer, obviously, the school system to answer those, but I believe there's things that can be done.
There is, because when it goes to zero, you're not going to automatically build a school because the first child over zero. We have historically held out, or for some time, portable classrooms will serve the bridge between overcrowding now and the new school. So they will serve a short term, but they will serve a purpose to bridge between overcrowded and the construction of a new school.
I think another point is we keep talking about the kids going in the front door, but as a father of 3 kids, they go out the back door too.
Yeah.
They don't stay in the elementary school forever and ever and ever. And as an example, my household is not going to generate any more kids.
Till they move back in.
Yeah.
You hope.
Until they move back in.
You hope.
I hope, anyways. But, not every house that's in the county continues to generate kids.
That's correct.
It's usually the newer homes, and then after the kids go through the school, they're not going to generate more kids. So it's not a static number that, okay, we've got 300 kids going in the front door. Well, guess what? There's some coming out the back door at the same time. So it's not just about the new capacity. It's about what you're freeing up as people get out of the elementary school or the middle school.
That's correct. These numbers, depending on how the school program or how the school system programs or facilities or the buildings, how district lines fall, every year these numbers can change. The ADM is going to change every month, so it's something you got to track, but there's fluctuations in it.
And that is tracked.
Absolutely.
I mean, at the back door, when the graduation rate, it's built right into your January 1st.
All these numbers are.
I also want to remind everyone, we had a joint meeting with the school board. I think it was about
Last year, wasn't it?
2 years ago.
What was last year?
And we went over to the 2010 census, and they predicted in Currituck County, the census, we were going to have a couple years of increase, and then due to the aging population, we were going to start having a student decrease going forward. So we were going to look at a couple years of increase or a few years, but then it was, according to the Census Bureau, we were going to start having a decrease in students in Currituck, if I remember correct. But there's been houses coming into the thing every year since the beginning of time. I mean, I've sat on this board back in the 90s when we would have 8 or 9 subdivisions in one night coming forward that met the requirements, and they were putting kids into schools. But there have been kids into school. I almost feel like I have to apologize for being a parent when I'm sitting up here now, because it's almost like if somebody has a kid, then you don't belong in Currituck County. That is good for a county to have children. That is the next generation. That is the future. That is vibrancy in a county. Go out to the soccer fields and look at the kids out there at the new stadium. I mean, it's people are going to have kids. It's not a bad thing for people to have kids.
Is that a motion? Because I'd like to second that motion.
Yeah.
Let's certainly hope.
You could speak to it.
Twice.
And then the last thing, I think the county manager was going to cover the funding piece.
Yeah, as a
of it.
companion to the planning director's comment or conversation is, as we track these numbers, certainly what is our financial plan and how are we going to handle the construction of a new school when the time comes and it's needed. Several years ago, we started a school capital construction fund that the county has been systematically putting funds into. When we were at the boom and at our growth, we were able to put more money in there then than we are now. But we have accumulated roughly $5 million in that fund that's there reserved for the construction of a future school. We also have other options. We have the lottery proceeds. The North Carolina lottery proceeds from that is allocated back to each jurisdiction on a formula with the state. This is why it's important that we continue to lobby our General Assembly so that they abide by the formula. We used to get about $500,000 a year. Over the last several years, they've cut that formula, so we're getting about $260,000 a year that we get out of lottery proceeds. And the last sort is we have the ability to take on debt. We have structured our debt so far to date with the construction of the 2 last elementary schools so that we will be education debt-free systematically over the next couple of years, so that in 3 years from now we will not be carrying any educational debt on our books and records. So we'll put ourselves in a position to better handle we have to debt service the balance of the construction of a school. Debt doesn't necessarily mean having to raise property tax. We could use land transfer tax proceeds, which right now we have allocated towards the debt that's paying the COA education facility. That debt in 3 years is gone, so that debt service could become available to serve. Sales tax, why we support a buy local program. Your sales tax, some of that is restricted to capital purposes. So we have sales tax proceeds that can go to support the debt. And of course, the bottom line is you always have the ability to use the general your taxing power and your taxing authority. But so far, over the last several schools we've built, we've been fortunate that we did not have to go into the tax rate to be able to support debt. And we're trying to position ourselves, though, that in this 5+ window, we will have adequate capital revenues available, so either minimize or completely eliminate the need to use property tax as a debt service.
Is that it? I do want to say that Mr. Scanlon is finance officer, and Mr. Richardson, when he was the county manager, and Sandra, our current finance officer, have done a wonderful job of doing the pay-as-you-go in Currituck. We have very little debt. I was talking with somebody in a neighboring county. They have $120 million in debt. They're wondering how they're going to pay their debt service. Another neighboring county, over $80 million in debt. In Currituck County, thanks to our staff, has really done a great job of being able to pay for our capital projects in a manner that has not burdened the county with tremendous amount of debt service, and I just want to recognize the staff for that. So, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, because I think I was the one that asked you to do this.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. It was an eye-opener for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get your questions answered?
Worked for me.
Okay.
I don't like it, but I mean, it worked for me.
Well, with that,
Can we take about 5 minutes?
we're going to take a 5-minute break for the restroom. I'd like to call the meeting back to order and move to our first public hearing. Is closure of Coral Lane, Walnut Island, Grandy. I'm not sure who is doing that one.
I'll present that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. McCree.
As explained to you at your October 6th meeting, where you adopted a preliminary resolution, by statute, the Board of Commissioners may close or abandon a street or easement after a public hearing, and after making findings that the closure of the street is in the public interest and will not prevent another person within the subdivision reasonable ingress or egress, reasonable access to their property. This is a case that was presented to you October 6th when you adopted the preliminary resolution of your intent to close this part, I guess it's a half cul-de-sac on Coral Lane and Walnut Island subdivision. Mr. Brian Daly has requested that the board close this particular cul-de-sac, which is adjacent to his property. The history of this is that in the 1990s, Mr. Daly's father was asked by Walnut Island Property Owners Association if he would be willing to take over this cul-de-sac, because they did not want to have the responsibility for maintenance and bear that burden any longer. Mr. Daly's father evidently agreed. In fact, there's a recombination plat that went to record, which included this cul-de-sac area within the area that is now Mr. Daly's lots that he inherited from his father, and the adjacent property owner as well. Mr. Daly indicates in the letter requesting this that he is now intent on selling his property, but needs to clear up this particular issue in order to be able to convey clear and good title to the potential buyer. What is before you tonight is, first of all, the public hearing, where you have the opportunity to receive comments from the public with regard to closure of this particular right-of-way. I would note, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Daly is here. I spoke to him during the break. He did not sign the sheet, but if need be, he would like to maybe get up and say a few words of support for this application. And then again, upon you finding that it is in the public interest and will not prevent someone within the subdivision of reasonable ingress or egress to their property, you may adopt the resolution of closure, which will thereafter be recorded with the Register of Deeds office, and by operation of law, by statute, the area of the cul-de-sac, a portion of it will become part of Mr. Daly's lot, the other portion becoming part of the adjacent property owner's lot. Again, already what everyone in that area thought they owned by virtue of the recombination plat that went to record in the 1990s. Staff would recommend to the board that after the public hearing, if you don't hear any concerning comments, that the board adopt this resolution, as in staff's opinion, it does meet the statutory requirements for a closure or abandonment of a portion of a right-of-way.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. McCree? Yes, sir, Mr. Petrie.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This cul-de-sac is there on paper only. As far as pavement, because it's all grown over, it looks like it's just a lawn.
That's my understanding. It certainly appears on the plat to that section of Walnut Island subdivision. I don't know if we have it up on the screen or not. It is part of your agenda package. It shows the area.
Right. I'm just saying, if you go down there, you would never know that there was a cul-de-sac there.
That's correct. My understanding is that at the time that Walnut Island Property Owners Association no longer wanted to bear the burden for maintaining that particular property, it was just left to become
probably didn't know
part
it was there.
Part of the adjacent properties.
All right. Any other questions of Mr. McCree? I have no one signed up. I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? If there is no one, I'll close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve, I guess, a resolution to
It'd be in your packet, resolution of the Board of Commissioners to close Carl Lane cul-de-sac, Walnut Island subdivision, Block 2, Section 7 in Poplar Branch Township.
What he said.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next agenda item is renaming of the Whalehead Club and Currituck Heritage Park in Corolla. I believe we have
Mr. Meggs,
Meggs is in
Executive
the
Director
audience
here.
tonight to discuss that. Please come forward.
Happy to be here. I'm going to start out on a really positive message for you. Whalehead is bedecked in its fineries for Christmas. Christmas in Corolla is about to begin this week, and the latest news about our Night of 1,000 Stars, where it's the literacy reading challenge for the schools. We're going to break 3,000 children this year that are participating in that reading challenge. We are already right at it, and they have already read 29,000 reading units to date. So we're hard at work trying to help these school children connect to our heritage and our reading. This map is something that Holly and I have focused on really hard since I've come in on board. Now, why did it go forward, Ben? There. Okay. Right here, according to the experts that we've listened to for the last 2 to 4 years, is the most fascinating intersection on the Outer Banks, from the ocean to the Sound, and from the historic village to the Whalehead Club. There is an intersection of culture and history and environment and science and nature unlike anywhere else on the Outer Banks. And the overarching theme of what Holly and I will be talking to you about tonight is the destination of historic Corolla. It's the concept that's been lifted up since 2010. We've heard it mentioned frequently in the last 2 years, especially from the Magellan Group, from the Randall Traveling Marketing Group. But we have a destination potentially in historic Corolla that is inclusive of Whalehead, the Wildlife Center, the horses, the village, and the lighthouse. All 5 of those things revolve around the concept of historic Corolla as the destination you don't want to miss. We're going to pass it over to Holly because we're at a point now where the signage and the wayfinding on the entire stretch of Corolla is needing to be let. So I'm going to pass this over to Holly right now to address some of the concepts that we've been working on the past couple of years.
I want to add something just to go ahead for clarity. I know that y'all have discussed this several times and you've had discussions on the Outer Banks about it, but I requested this be put on an agenda for public discussion on the mainland because a lot of the ties are from the mainland to Corolla from the old days of the hunting clubs. And me personally, I have no stake and whether the name changes or remains the same, but I just didn't want a name change on a historic site in Currituck County to go forward and then people say, how did that happen? How come it was not discussed publicly? So that's why I asked y'all to be here tonight.
Thank you. Great. Okay. I'm going to pick up and just give a little background. Explain a little bit about what I guess the planning department has been doing, which you guys are probably well aware of, in Corolla Village, in historic Corolla, as we're referencing it now, and how that dovetails into what Ray is currently working on. Both of these projects, everything that we're doing is very interrelated. So back to 2010, we began working on the Corolla Village Small Area Plan. Out of that identified this need that we needed signage, but it also recognized the fact that the area around Whalehead Club, the lighthouse, the Wildlife Education Center, that it was unique and different and needed to be recognized as such. So we referenced that as historic Corolla Village. in that planning effort. Then along in 2013 came another planning effort, which was the Corolla Village Circulation and Wayfinding Plan, which was the result of the Corolla Village Small Area Plan. Again, it recognizes the need for wayfinding, recognizes the uniqueness of the area, and that we as the county need to take steps to work on pedestrian, bicycle traffic in the area, and signage, again, coming back to that. So both of these plans and everything that Ray's done, which we'll get into more detail about, recognizes the assets that are located, the public and private assets, institutional uses that are in the area that are different than almost anywhere on the Outer Banks as a whole. I don't know of an area so walkable. And the map shows that you have your ocean to sound connection, there. After these planning efforts were done, the county not only recognized that this was a need for signage in Corolla Village, but we recognized that there was a need in all of Corolla to better direct visitors to destinations. In 2013, 2014, the planning department began working on a Corolla wayfinding effort. So how can we better move people and move them more safely to their destinations in all of Corolla? And the effort was to clean up our corridor, to make it more aesthetically pleasing, to come with a uniform sign package that will help direct people to where they're going, that's going to look nice and help kind of create a sense of community, create a unique environment that people want to return to. That just adds a customized kind of sign package. We'll add to that and build that. But it became obvious through this planning process that Historic Corolla Village was not kind of the appropriate reference, that Historic Corolla was a more appropriate naming of the general area, that it was more inclusive and comprehensive, and that Historic Corolla was one thing and that Historic Corolla Village was a separate entity all of its own. So we had to flush that out. We had extensive community input through this process. We had a week-long effort in 2013 and another week-long effort in 2014, where not only planning staff but our consultants spent time out on the Outer Banks discussing signage and the naming of facility, or the naming of how facilities were recognized on these signs. And out of that, what we came up with is that we need to recognize shopping and dining opportunities, and we need to recognize public properties and facilities. And so this signage will start at the county line and head all the way up to the four-wheel drive area. We're going to start recognizing Historic Corolla at the county line, and soon after, about a mile after you cross into Currituck County from Dare County, you're going to see a sign that says Historic Corolla, and it will name out the 3 key destinations. So Wellhead Club Lighthouse, Wildlife Education Center. As you move closer into the Historic Corolla area, you will not see reference again specifically to Wellhead until you're about a mile out from that destination. Once you enter the Historic Corolla area, you're going to have signs that note all the individual destinations and how to get to those things. One thing that I think is key and important is that we're going to be referencing Historic Corolla, and we're going to reference Wellhead on these signs. And what I conveyed at Ray's board meeting to the Wellhead board is that there is a need to have Wellhead somewhere on this entrance sign, that we're bringing people forward with the understanding that they're going to Wellhead, and that the entrance sign, we need to try to keep consistency, that how the facility is named is directly related to how we sign all of our destinations in this Corolla wayfinding package. But again, this was vetted through CCA. We also spoke with Wellhead, the Lighthouse Wildlife Education Center. We spoke with Corolla businesses and also Corolla Village businesses, as well as having an open community meeting. Any questions about this part of it? Okay. I'll let Ray pick up.
So what I'm going to try to do is just give you briefly some of the folks that were involved in this 2-year process. The Magellan Study Group, you know about them. They're the Biltmore executives that came. The H2R marketing firm was brought in on board as a subset. Both of those groups, along with the Randall Travel Marketing Group, suggested number 4 and number 5 out of a list of 14 things to rebrand Wellhead and rebrand Currituck Heritage Park. They polled online and intercept interviews in the park, tourists who were there, what people thought. This thing moves on its own, Ben. What people thought about Currituck Heritage Park. It's an appealing experience. People want to go there, but 2-1, the name that was polled was Outer Banks History and Wildlife Park, was saying to the visitor, you're telling me it's on the Outer Banks, you're telling me it's about history, you're telling me it's about life in the park. But Currituck Heritage Park was not resonating with those who were polled. And so they suggested strongly, let's look at how we can rebrand it. The house, Wellhead, was also given 2 descriptions on the surveys. One was in the theme of a museum. And I'm not trying to say Wellhead is not a spectacular museum. It is. But there was also a story about that wonderful museum that presented an image more like a home. The respondents to the concept of museum versus a home is quite significant, the differences. They clearly responded to Wellhead as a home. 67% chose the home description, 8 percentage points higher than the museum concept. The next slide is the motivation to visit was also driven more by the home experience. And then finally, the home experience drives price. They found that the median price for the home experience was $5 higher than a median price based on the museum concept. So pricing, story, connection all tied together in that research that they did. This slide, you'll see down that list, historic wellhead at Corolla Island, 21.6%. The night estate at Wellhead, 29.4%. And when you take those 2 names and play around with them a little bit about what has finally surfaced from the trust, from the input sessions, and from the community, you will see some of the names that make sense. Just to summarize, the appeal of Currituck Heritage Park is enhanced by rebranding it. A new brand of the Heritage Park will have greater appeal to those visiting Currituck County. And then finally, the house, the Wellhead Mansion, it responds better to those visiting us when a home is part of that story as opposed to simply museum. These were the names that were submitted for polling. Historic Corolla Park, Historic Corolla Waterfront Park, and Historic Corolla Park on the Currituck Sound. We attended the Tourism Advisory Board just last week, and that was the latest public session. Common themes. Historic Corolla Waterfront Park is too long. However, it was a latecomer to the list and highly favored by the trust because it indicates life on the water. The Currituck Sound was also discussed in every session. The common comment is folks that are visiting here don't know what a sound is. So why confuse them with that? So the new Heritage Park name that you're going to have to decide on so that Holly and I can move forward with the design teams for wayfinding is up to you. But Historic Corolla Park and Historic Corolla Waterfront Park are the 2 top vote getters. They were the ones most positively received. The signage for Wellhead, you know the brand, the marketing effort we have taken on with Wellhead. Wellhead in Historic Corolla is our logo. Wellhead is more inclusive, we're told, to the visitor than the Wellhead Club. Those of us from here will always refer to the Wellhead Club as the Wellhead Club. I just did it at dinner the other night, sitting side next to someone who said, well, where do you work? I said, the Whalehead Club. It's just natural. But those who are coming to see us from other places, the Whalehead Club connotes exclusivity, or a yacht club, or a golf club, or something that doesn't make sense to them. So the sign for the entrance of Heritage Park we're recommending would be Whalehead on the top level, and Historic Corolla Park or Historic Corolla Waterfront Park underneath that. And that is where Holly is bringing people to us as they drive to the park, and that will identify Whalehead is the crown jewel of the Historic Corolla, or one of the crown jewels of the Heritage Park, and Historic Corolla Park or Waterfront Park will be clearly identified as well on that entrance sign. Any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I will comment that, as Mr. Meggs mentioned, at the last Monday at the Tourism Advisory Board, this was presented to them to name the grounds the Historic Corolla Waterfront Park. It was their unanimous position that was too wordy, too cumbersome, too burdensome to try to market and promote. They recommended dropping the word waterfront. There was also a comment that in resort areas, when you see the word waterfront, it somehow denotes shopping, retail, opportunities to do something, where at this particular location it literally means the waterfront. So they thought it would be confusing, too cumbersome, and they actually supported the Historic Corolla Park.
Thank you.
And then just Whalehead would be called Whalehead. No longer the Whalehead. Of course, I'm still going to call it the Whalehead Club but for the tourists, it would be called Whalehead.
Yes, and
Okay.
that's the signage that is being proposed by Alta as well.
Yes, sir.
Make sure I understand. We're going to drop Whalehead Club for Whalehead. We're going to drop Heritage Park for one of the other options.
Historic Corolla Park.
Well, you got two options on the sound, whatever, Historic Corolla Park or the other on the sound. But that's the only two changes. We're just going to drop Club and Heritage.
That is the recommendation. You certainly have, you can go in any direction you'd like. It is county-owned property, but that is what's being brought to
Leave
you
the
from
name as it is if you decide to.
The nonprofit trust is bringing those before you for your consideration.
Could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Not necessarily from Mr. Meggs there, but I would like input from one of the original people that worked on Whalehead. If I'd like to ask Miss Snowden, what does she think about the name or name changes? Miss Snowden, if you can come forward and just give us your insight.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend, if you're going to open the public hearing.
Let's finish with the commissioner questions first.
All right.
And I had a question.
Yes, sir.
What is the cost associated with changing the name in both locations? I mean, I understand if there's not a sign there, that should be neutral, but it occurs to me, is it now Whalehead on stationary? Is it now, what is the cost impact to the county?
Well, I think Mr. Meggs can speak specifically to operational costs. The trust has identified as one of their capital plans is to rework the entrance, so they were going to replace that sign anyway. So the cost they were looking to absorb at the entrance, it's just a matter of what the name we put on. As far as what it's costing their operation to change the letterheads, Mr. Meggs probably could speak better to that than I can.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I have to say, at one point in time, the old timers, Whalehead was a destination. The Whalehead was not the Whalehead Club. Whalehead was the beach, a destination at the beach. So I'm just wondering what we're doing. If we're trying to brand the Whalehead Club and we're calling it Whalehead, to me that's a little confusing.
There's a Whalehead Beach.
Exactly, certainly. I mean, there needs to be a Whalehead something, I mean, to me.
Well, let me get him to answer Mr. Beaumont's question to the best of his ability. I don't know if
we have adopted Whalehead and Historic Corolla since January 2013. So all of the logos have been changed. There's no additional cost. That is our marketing mantra. We've not attempted to make any legal name changes to the documents from which Wellhead Preservation Trust was formed, but it's the marketing mantra that we have picked up since 2013.
So the Whalehead is the sign, not the Whalehead Club.
Wellhead and Historic Corolla. That's our total logo.
Okay.
All right.
The consultants have told us that the use of the word club to someone who's not familiar with the area, that envisions
I get it.
Membership, it means exclusivity, and perhaps someone would not want to come to, or don't believe they can come and visit and tour the facility because of the word club.
Understand.
Thinking it's an active facility of some kind that's a private club or whatever.
Yes, so they're recommending that word be modified or dropped.
All right. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing, and Mr. Martin signed Miss Barbara Snowden up.
Okay, I'm going to put myself on the spot. If you'll look at the minutes of the Whalehead Trust, when the name Currituck Heritage Park was first proposed, there's a 1 no vote. I was that 1 no vote. So I do not mind it being changed from, the Heritage Park. And I think the idea of that name is good. I have to agree as to the actual house and the site. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. How did you not know that was coming? Mr. Idlett is correct. The word whalehead has been used over there not just to refer to the house, but going back into the very, very early days, it was referred to as whalehead, and you have a lot of whaleheads over there. The term Corolla came in when they needed the name of a post office, and whalehead had already been taken as a post office name. Corolla is the center part of that flower that grows all over the place on the Outer Banks. The postmaster was frustrated because he could not get a name for the post office there, and he was a botanist, and so he chose the word Corolla, which is the center part of the flower. That's how the town got its name. The Whalehead Club, that name for that building came in with Mr. Adams, and that is in the 1950s. So it is not really that old a name. Prior to that, the Knights called that house Corolla Island. So that's your history lesson. I'm not going to, on that particular name, I have no objections to calling it Whalehead. You're right, I'm probably going to call it the Whalehead Club the rest of my life. I had a hard time getting my head around the idea of calling it Corolla Island. But I do think that we need to make the site as welcoming as possible to everybody. But using the word whalehead, you need to realize, though, you are referring to that whole area, both geographically and historically.
Thank you. That's clear as mud now.
That was a good history lesson.
Yes.
The Corolla name I didn't know about.
I didn't know that either. I appreciate that, Miss Snowden. Yeah, I dozed off in her class.
I never got a chance to stand there long enough. So you run me out.
No, please don't. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak that didn't sign up? All right. We have no one that wishes to speak. So therefore, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the board what they wish to do.
Well, I would defer to the board. I don't think this is a singular decision. I don't think this is
a singular decision that rests on one commissioner. I'm on the Wellhead board, but Commissioner Vance, that's in his district as well, and I think we've all
going to defer to the commissioner
there
from Corolla.
Bingo.
He was looking the other way. I just thought I'd get his attention.
No, I was sitting here trying to think of another word to add to that, so I could say something. But
I mean, anytime you get into a situation where you're going to name or rename something that has historical, emotional significance and memories, opinions are going to vary. So I don't know that there is that's a bridge too far or a burden too heavy that I would want to take it on my own shoulders to pick that name. I think it should be a consensus. I think this board should look at it.
I'll throw out there, I don't have a problem with calling it Whalehead, and I don't have a problem calling it Historic Corolla Park.
I certainly don't need that. If that's what the experts say, Ms. Snowden is fine with that as well. I don't have a
Is that a
big
motion?
preference. I'll make that as a motion.
Okay,
I'll second it.
I have a motion for approval and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now, Mr. Meggs, I do have a homework.
If it don't
question
work,
for
I
you.
didn't make that motion.
Yeah. We defer to the commissioner that represents Corolla. If it doesn't work, if it works, we're all going to take credit. I have a homework question for you, Mr. Meggs. I was on the board shortly after Currituck bought bought Whalehead and Historic Corolla Park, and when it was purchased at that time, it was decided, from my understanding of talking to the people I'm talking to, it was going to be interpreted to honor the history of Currituck County and the hunting clubs of Currituck County, and not the Knights. How did we go from honoring the hunting clubs? We have the Currituck Club, you've got the
Swan Island,
you've got
Island.
all these. How did we go from honoring the hunting clubs to honoring somebody from New York? Not that there's anything wrong with being from New York, but how did we go from, and I know you can't answer it, but I'm asking you as a homework question.
Miss Snowden can.
Would you like me to answer that?
I don't know if you want to answer it, but if you would.
What happened was, you're right, when the Whalehead Club was originally purchased in the county, it came through the commissioners, but it was the idea was with the with the wildlife group, the festival group. They saw Whalehead. They were in the process of building a museum. They had the plans for the museum. And at that point, Whalehead became available for purchase, and the consensus was, well, why are we building a new building when we have a chance to have a actual hunting club and use that as the museum? And so Whalehead was purchased. The occupancy tax was used to pay for it. 5 years we went with no money as the county paid for the building. Once we got into the restoration of the building and we started bringing things back, and it became more and more of a looking like a house instead of an actual place that you would go hunting, it was brought before the Whalehead Trust that we needed to restore that building as a, quote, home. That was presented. There was discussion. And that was, I remember Bill Walsh making the motion, and it did carry by our board. Again, this is bad. I was the one who voted no. But that's because I had come into that building through the auspices of the Wildlife Guild and the work that they had done. Originally, the building, it was conceived that we would restore the first floor as the way it was, that the rooms upstairs would be used in a rotating exhibits of all the different hunting clubs all over the county. But as we got more into with hiring experts to tell us about the furnitures, people looking at the buildings, it developed more into the restoration of the building, and therefore it became the Knights place instead of a building that would have all of the different hunting clubs that were there. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's how it developed.
You know, an expert is somebody with a briefcase 50 miles from home.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and be controversial. I think we need to relook at how we interpret that building, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I second that motion.
I'm just saying that's my thoughts.
And remind me never to come to another commissioners
Yes.
meeting.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to reiterate that whole thought. Mrs. Snowden and many people that came before me saved that wonderful property in an era of when the Knights lived there. And that first 10 years of Wellhead's restoration has been focused on that. You've heard some of the new programs we're trying to do, the Maritime Heritage and the Boat Building Program, the opportunity for more education and outreach in the community. I promise you we're going to keep fighting to expand that story of Whalehead beyond the four walls of the mansion, to incorporate more of the history and the heritage of Currituck County. It's part of why Historic Corolla is the centerpiece of the name change. It's the centerpiece of that community. So,
Okay.
okay, does that help you a little bit?
That helps me some.
Not me.
And
And let me just toss, and this is, I understand clearly it was before your arrival. I am weary of government going down a path with one purpose and then doing a bait and switch, and all of a sudden we do something completely different. So we sell a bill of goods to the county commissioners and the residents of Currituck County, honoring the hunt clubs, and then all of a sudden it becomes a tribute to the Knights. So I have an issue with that. You know, we've heard about the Welcome Center, which I don't know that the residents of Currituck County voted and said, hey, we want a new Welcome Center at the Ferry docks. That may have occurred. But again, there's a project that's getting basically crammed down Currituck's throat, and we don't have a say in the way it looks. Yeah. And it is increasingly frustrated in days of reduced taxation monies available to get real stuff done to see somebody's art project down the street. So, and that's not directed at you.
I'm not taking it that way.
It's just we got to stop.
I do want to tell you briefly, we had a fabulous event this August where the Ducks Unlimited State Convention brought their whole group to the Whalehead property, and it was a brilliant evening, and we're starting to reach out to all those folks that were there and celebrated the hunting heritage of Currituck. So it's just going to take a little time to broaden that story further, and we're going to do it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meggs.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I just in comment to Paul's observation, one of the things that we have that is endemic, I think, not only in Wellhead, but the previous bike path and trolley car that was approved by a previous board, we have boards that change. And we have commissions that change. And as those boards change, we also find that mandates are changed, ideas are changed, and I think it's part and parcel of this government we have. When one board moves on and another one comes in, there's new ideas, there's new changes. I don't know if it's bad, I don't know if it's good, but it seems to impact negatively on consistency of what, let's say one original board said, well, this is what we want to do. Well, nothing a past board does binds a future board, with one exception, and that's a contract. Anything else, a future board can undo, partially, wholly, turn it around, turn it on its head, change it. So it's part and parcel of the system under which we are governed. And it can be irritating, but it's part of the reality.
All right. Can we
Moving right along.
We moving right along. We're on there. Oh my gosh. We might be finished by midnight. Next item, public hearing and action, PB 1425, Wilbur Griggs Sand Mine, request for a use permit to operate an extractive industry 13.2 acre sand mine on property owned by Bittersweet Farms, LLC, located in Powell's Point at 8528 Currituck Highway, tax map 124, parcel 137J, Poplar Branch Township. Mr. Woody, this is a special use permit. I have 5 people signed up. Anyone that wishes to speak to this item need to come forward now and be sworn in. Oh, do we have to swear in attorneys? I didn't think so.
I'll tell the truth, I swear.
Okay. Anyone that's not an attorney that wishes to speak to this item, either in favor or opposition, you need to come forward now to be sworn in. You're still coming. You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Got one more. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You are now sworn. At this time, I'm going to recognize Mr. Woody to do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for a use permit to operate a mine at property in Lower Currituck in the Powell's Point area in the Poplar Branch Township. Property is currently zoned a combination of heavy industrial, general business, and agricultural, so it's got mixed zoning on the property. Land use plan designates the property as full service in the front and conservation in the rear. On this property, the property is actually a large tract of land. It's 314 acres. It is surrounded by some industrial business type land uses to the north. To the south and the east, you have, again, some warehousing, industrial, kind of a mix of residential scattered in as well. Then, of course, to the west, you have the Albemarle Sound. So there's kind of a diversity of land uses that are around this property. The mining area itself is pretty internal to the property. Being a use permit, this request does require a community meeting to be held. The applicant did hold a community meeting August 25th, 2014. Concerns expressed at the community meeting included impacts on land and water levels in existing and adjacent ponds, impacts of in-use wells, application authority, and existing violations on the property. To go through the request, and that community meeting information is in your agenda package. The application was originally submitted by H.G. Newbern III to initiate a mining operation on this property. Subsequently, the property has been signed by Bittersweet Farms, LLC, the manager of that LLC. N.C. Diener the state had issued a mining permit to this property and a dewatering permit for the Wilbur Griggs sand mine. That permit was issued to Curtis Balance. It was then transferred to H.G. Newbern. The permits were, so there are state permits in place for this property. However, there is not a county use permit in place. So while it is permitted to be mined under state law, it is not currently permitted to be mined under county ordinance. And that's why the applicant's here before you tonight. The proposed mining activities, as I mentioned, are on a 314-acre tract. Total mine will consist of 12.29 acres. That is existing excavation area. There is a pond, a shallow pond that's there currently. This use permit, one proposes to allow mining to occur there under the county ordinance, but also proposes to expand the 12.29 acre existing excavation area by 0.80 acres, so just less than an acre, giving a total mined area of 13.2 acres, which is what the state permit was issued for. The applicant, so that the area itself is not increasing by much, less than an acre, but what is increasing is the depth. They're proposing to mine the area to an expected average depth of 25 feet with a maximum depth of 30 feet. This is a use permit. There are criteria that the board must make or findings you must make in order to approve this. The staff has included suggested findings to those in the staff report. I'm not going to read through those individually, but you can see for each finding, staff has made some suggestions for your consideration. The TRC did recommend this, or did review this application for a mine at this property. Does recommend conditional approval, subject to a number of conditions. I do want to go through the TRC conditions for your information. There's a cemetery that's very close to the edge of the excavation area. Cemeteries have a 150-foot setback. TRC is recommending condition that no excavation occur within that 150-foot setback from the cemetery, and any existing vegetation located around the cemetery be preserved. So essentially, no mining will occur within 150 feet of that cemetery. Staff is also recommending that staff gauges be installed in the existing ponds, the Foltz Pond and Griggs Field Pond, to monitor water levels. Again, that's a way to determine if dewatering is occurring. to what extent those water levels are decreasing. And of course, obviously, those staff measurements have to be put in before the dewatering begins, so you have a baseline set of data to measure against. Measurements will be collected monthly prior to commencing dewatering operations, and then thereafter, quarterly reports will be submitted to the county until the mine is reclaimed. Additionally, staff's recommending that 4 groundwater level monitoring wells be installed in accordance with the permit area mining plan. Measurements collected monthly prior to commencing dewatering, and after that, thereafter quarterly reports submitted to the county until the mine is reclaimed. What that does, that allows the county to monitor water levels in these monitoring wells to determine if, in fact, dewatering is occurring, if that's having an impact on the water level on adjoining properties or wells or in-use wells. Also, a condition to construct and maintain a enhanced ditching or a recharge ditch along the northeastern permit boundary of the mining operations. What that means is when the mine is dewatered, the water will be placed into that ditch on the northeastern boundary of the property. And in the event an in-use, and this is another condition the staff's recommending, is in the event an in-use well is adversely affected within 2,000 feet, and there are a few wells located within that distance for a period of 10 years, which is the term of this use permit. If in fact the dewatering harms or causes an issue with those in-use wells, dewatering operations shall cease until all problems related to the contamination or diminution of groundwater is resolved. So what that means is the applicant, the mining operator, would be responsible for making repairs or solving any issues that may occur with in-use wells within 2,000 feet. And then finally, the UDO allows mining activities from dawn to dusk, Monday through Saturday. This has kind of been a common condition as of late, particularly in lower Currituck, but to reduce traffic concerns, a board may want to include a condition that prohibits hauling on Saturdays from Memorial Day to Labor Day. That just makes sure the mine is not operating during the summer season on Saturday, which I don't think it would anyways. But those are the conditions the TRC recommends approval with. The planning board
Excuse me, Ben?
Yes.
When I'm looking in the agenda, it says, and maybe I'm misreading it, says supply wells located within 200 feet for 10 years.
Should be typo. Should be
Okay,
2,000.
so
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's a typo. Planning board heard this request, and they did recommend approval with the findings of fact, TRC recommendations, and staff recommendation. That was a unanimous vote, and I can answer any questions you have at this time.
Questions?
I have one. I was just reading through the staff findings here. It says, number 2, use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands, be in harmony. And it goes on to say, staff has determined it is probably true that this will not injure. I mean, what is probably? I mean,
that is
support it or not?
No, it probably is because, and the attorney may have to help me out with this, but staff isn't necessarily the expert on all things related to value, and I think that is an acceptable way to recommend based on case law. Ike, can you help me out with that?
I think what you said is correct.
Okay. Based on the information and the expertise that staff has, that is the best recommendation we can put forward for your consideration.
First time I've ever seen probably used.
Well, we've been discussing that. I mean, you are the finders of fact, so it is up to you to make a determination based upon evidence presented to you as to whether an application meets a certain criteria requirement. Staff has come to the point where it does not feel like it's appropriate for it to impose necessarily an opinion upon you.
So in essence, what you're saying is from now on, that's what we'll be seeing.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, as long as that's the deal, it's fine. Yeah.
Well, just to further go on that, because it's a special use permit, and there are rules that require us to be the finders of fact based on relevant testimony. One of the requirements that we have in almost all of these special use permits is the finding that it will not injure the value of the adjoining property. Now, when we have people that come before us in the audience who voice their opinions as to whether or not their properties will be impacted negatively, it's generally been found incumbent upon us to disregard that as they are not, quote, experts, or they don't have standing as an appraiser or a real estate agent. one of the things that I've relied on is staff's finding. Now, is this a substantive change in what we're going to be looking at going forward? And if so, how does that mitigate or how does that affect the number 2 requirement in these special use permits that we have to make a finding of whether or not that certain activity will have a negative impact on the value of land? Because now my understanding is, based on your comment, we have no expert testimony coming before us unless we have one of the applicants bring an appraiser. Or am I not looking at that correctly?
Well, I mean, the burden of proof, of course, falls on the applicant to present the evidence necessary for you as finders of fact to be able to make findings as to each criteria or element required for the permit.
Now,
I think the position staff is taking is that staff is not qualified as expert, for example, in property values, whether a particular use might have a negative impact on the value of property. That's for the applicant who bears the burden of proof to bring that forward to you.
Now, in this particular case, since this is based on observation of new change, has this applicant been apprised of the requirement or the necessity of bringing in expert testimony to speak to that? Because absent that, what do we have?
Well, I don't know to what they have been advised, but that's a statutory requirement.
What is the current use of the property?
Current use is, there was a mine, a less than 1 acre mine previously permitted on the property, so there is some mining activity, and then there's some industrial storage area.
And the proposed use is?
A mine.
Well, and keep in mind, it's not so much, my comments are not so much specifically to this, because you make an observation that it's same use, that we're not changing. Mine is more for going forward. Yeah. This seems to me to be a significant change in the burden that's placed on us to make evidentiary finding relative to these enumerated requirements here, that we've now lost a leg or an ability. And also attendant with that, if we're going to change this, we need to have applicants advise prior to coming in here that they will need to bring, if in fact that is a requirement that we must find, relevant testimony to support that. Or am I getting too detailed or in the weeds too much?
I think you'll see in this, and we do advise applicants that, and I think you'll see in this agenda packet, this applicant has went in fairly great detail to answer those 4 findings in their own words. So a lot of times we'll see yes, no, yes, no. In this case, most of these suggested findings are those made by the applicant. So we have been advising folks they need to answer these questions. They need to answer them fully and in great detail. We've been doing that for a few months now.
Okay, but I guess, again, just get clarification from myself. Going forward, are we to take the written staff findings or applicant presentations as testimony, because that would be a little different than how testimony is normally accepted in written testimony. It's usually required in person.
I don't think. I mean, the staff is proposing to you recommended findings of fact based upon evidence that is either in the record before you or is expected to be elicited from witnesses testifying to you during the course of the hearing. I think we've talked about this before in some work sessions where you might take the staff findings and use it as a checklist as the hearing proceeds to see if the evidence that you're receiving during the course of the hearing indeed does conform to the proposed findings of fact. If so, then it'd be appropriate to include those findings of fact in your ultimate decision. If not, then it'd be proper to discard them.
I'm just making note of the changes, just trying to get in my mind what changes and what it has necessitated for us as a board to utilize in going forward with these special use permits.
Mr. Chairman, that's my only concern, too. It's the first time I've seen that particular word. It had nothing to do with a particular case that we'll rule on that based on the evidence, but the word concerned me when I seen that. So.
All right. Other questions? Mr. Woody, was the application complete?
It was.
And it met all the conditions of the UDO?
It does, that's correct.
Land use plan?
Yes. Staff's opinion, it does.
I have no further questions.
Mr.
We'll
Chairman?
open the. Yes, sir.
I might have missed the what you were saying. This is a mining permit for a sand pit, right?
That's correct.
Okay. In relation to the current pit that's there, has he determined where he's going to?
Yes.
That's been determined.
Where the mining operation is going to
The mining
occur?
there's a pit that's there now that's got water in it.
That's the area that they're mining. That's correct.
Are they going to expand to that same pit? Are they going to?
They're going to expand it by 0.80 of an acre, so just under an acre.
They're not going to dig a new hole. They're just going to expand that one.
That's right. They're going to work in the existing hole and deepen it.
All right. This time I'm going to open the public hearing. We have several people signed up. First one we have is Shay Balance.
Good evening. My name's Shay Balance. I live at 345 Jarvisburg Road, Jarvisburg, NC. I understand, to start off with, there was some confusion as to my grandmother's estate before. My grandmother was the former manager of this LLC, Bittersweet Farms. In late 2012, she resigned as manager and gave away any remaining shares she had of that LLC. Therefore, my grandmother's estate does not own any part of this LLC and hasn't since 2012. My mother, Pam, and myself are the managers of the LLC, and we ask that this permit be approved tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to save the attorneys till last. We'll go to H.D. Newbern.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners? I'm H.T. Newbern. I live at 7519 Currituck Highway, Jarvisburg. And we've been working on getting a conditional use permit, and I got Mr. Elliott to bring all the information we need to monitor the wells and put in wells before we start pumping. And also, we've got a containment pond that's got to be built to pump the water in, and the water will be going in the swamp to the north. So I'm going to let Mr. Elliott and Mr. Sewell, unless y'all got some more questions, they can explain exactly what.
You want to have a question of Mr. Newbern? Okay. I may call on you in a minute.
Okay.
Jim, is that Kavanaugh?
Carnahan?
Carnahan. Same alphabet. I'm sorry.
Close enough, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jim Carnahan. I'm here to represent my parents, Carrie and John Foltz of 158 Lusanda Lane. I reside in Western PA, but coming down to kind of help them out with these somewhat confusing issues. I just want to point out as I go forward that our intent is not necessarily to oppose the use, but rather we have some concerns regarding safeguarding their interests, and we would ask that the county be sensitive to that and consider that going forward before you make your final decision. As presented in the agenda packet, we gleaned through that as best as we could, and we came up with a number of questions and concerns that ultimately might put them in, unfortunately, an adversarial position if there's damages to their property, which is adjacent to the sand mine, should it go forward. And what I asked for is sensitivity by the commissioners to have the county come in and maybe represent them more fully. Looking at agenda packet 16, page 16 and page 18, there's reference made to the monitoring wells and the staff gauges that will be installed in the ponds. My father, John Foltz, has a pond on his property. It's been referenced in the materials. And I understand that a staff gauge has been installed. He gave permission to Mr. Elliott to enter the property, install that gauge, and it's there. But specifically, there's nothing really stated in the agenda packet or possibly in the use permit that protects their interests in regard to what happens if things go bad with the pond. There is going to be a significant drawdown of water table if we excavate to an average of 25 feet to a maximum of 30 within a couple thousand feet of their property. The drawdown in the water table could occur. And as you've already mentioned, the word probably is used repeatedly through the Technical Review Committee findings. It gives us concern. We saw that mentioned more than once. So we obviously don't have assurance that things won't happen, and we do recognize and respect they could happen, but probably is if that's the best we can do, we need to have some assurances that their interests will be protected. Specifically, we ask that will the county directly oversee the monitoring of the staff gauge installed in their pond? Who actually takes those measurements? Who makes sure that they're being taken correctly and accurately? It's not about suspicion. It's just about accountability and making sure their interests are protected. And what is a mitigation plan should the pond level be adversely affected during the mining operations? I think there might be an implied assumption that the operations would be suspended, but there is also a possibility of long-term impacts to the pond. And that's something that's unclear to us. We don't know that if in case that does happen, how does that resolve long-term? Because we feel, while we're not experts, that a loss of water level in a pond could create negative economic impact on the value of their property. And it doesn't appear that there's a warranty in place for the use permit to address that particular issue. So that is a long-term economic impact if that does so happen. The other point would be really regard to the monitoring of the wells, and I do appreciate the clarification of the typo. I saw that myself and had that as my notes to clarify, so I appreciate that discussion that resolved that. But question I would have would be the county represent the interests of the Fultz property should potential impacts to the water wells arise. Will the county ensure that a fair and impartial investigation, evaluation, and mitigation is conducted to repair, replace the pump, etc., as mentioned in the use permit? There is a warranty that's described in there, but there is really no wording about who represents my folks. I would ask and appeal that they don't be placed in an adversarial position with the operators in the mine should something go bad with the well. I would ask that the county step in to represent their interests as a function of approving the permit and act as a liaison to them should something go wrong. I know that there is discussion about monitoring wells, but I don't see anything related to the consideration for pre-mining testing of the Fultz wells. They have two. They have one that supplies the horse barn in the back, as well as one that supplies their residents. But I don't see anything in the documentation that says anything or anything happening with the water level in their wells now, and there is some question just really related to recollection of how deep those wells are and what the capacity is. There's no reference to rate of production other than there is a standardized minimum level acceptance for residential, 10 GPM maybe, or GPH, I'm not sure. But I don't see anything that has anything to safeguard, to do a baseline of what their rate of production is currently. And particularly water quality. There may be some discrepancy that I read between the language throughout the document with respect to water quality. And I see the Technical Review Committee has maybe used more specific language about contamination, which I think is a concern. I see monitoring of the effluent coming out of the sedimentation pond, but we are concerned about what the drawdown in the water table may do to potentially contaminate their well. So I would ask that you consider adding provisions for pre-mining testing of the wells. And I would also ask, it's not specific about the groundwater monitoring data, again, who will actually perform and oversee that, and will my folks, the Fultzes, be able to have access to that data. And again, with regard to the wells and the potential for damage, I would request that the county represent them if they have a problem by providing a liaison to them. Should they have an issue, they can call the county, not try to call the mine operator and get resolution. I know Department of Environmental Protection for various industries imposes some pretty stiff requirements that the landowner is not put in that adversarial position. I'm not sure what your policy is here, but they do that specifically to prevent any dispute between an operator of a mine or a well or whatever the industrial operation is and the folks that are negatively impacted. That usually defers back to either a public agency like the DEP or possibly, in this case, the county. So I would ask that that be specifically pointed out and included in the use permit so their interests can be protected. The other thing we're concerned about is the issue related to noise. Agenda Packet 19 provides technical review committee recommendations that allows, the UDO allows mining activities from dawn to dusk, Monday through Saturday, and it goes on to talk about the reduction of traffic concerns. The board may include a condition that prohibits hauling on Saturday from Memorial to Labor Day, but nothing is stated regarding noise. And usually industrial operations, that's a significant factor when they are adjoining or close to residential areas. So I asked, does the recommendation also include dewatering operations from dusk to dawn? I surmise it doesn't. When they start dewatering, I would imagine that that's something they want to continue so they don't start over. So will water operations be restricted from dawn to dusk, or there will be special provisions to cover that? Documentation on page 31 of the packet states that a sand berm will be established around a pump to funnel engine noise upward and away from adjacent lands, and that's all I read. Has details for the sound barrier been provided and approved? We don't know exactly from my frame of reference, not that I'm an expert in mitigating sound, but I don't see anything that's specific that gives them some comfort that they won't lay awake at night listening to a pump. Has noise level restrictions for the pump station been established to protect adjacent landowners and interests from adverse noise levels? Decibel limitations are placed on many industrial operations. I don't see any included in this use permit. How will the noise level during dewatering be monitored? And where will noise level monitoring stations be installed? There's no mention of that I can see. I may have overlooked that. But I don't know who's in charge, who's watching that, who's ensuring compliance, what compliance is, and where they'll be monitoring it from. It just simply says a sand berm will be constructed to redirect noise upward. It's not very scientific to me. Who will also from the county be assigned as a representative, again, to serve as a liaison for the residents? If there's issues with noise and noise levels, who is their guy? And I think it's important to establish. Personally, I would prefer that my folks aren't burdened by that. When we think about the investigative work done, I looked through the packet as well, and most of what I'm concerned about is the water table drawdown. I think it's reasonable to assume it's going to happen. We just don't know to what extent. I will point out that on page 40 and 41, there's reference to an Elliott Consulting letter to Currituck County Planning and Community Development Department, Planning and Zoning Division. It's dated August 28, 2014. It provides discussion related to the anticipated hydrology of the Griggs Mine site using the hydrological study analysis and findings of the Green Acres Mine located in Jarvisburg. However, there's no study done for this site. Based on the information in Mr. Elliott's letter, a hydrological study was performed in 2002 for the Green Acres Mine, and a follow-up study was then performed in 2013. Again, a hydrological evaluation offered for the Griggs Mine and subsequent predictions of groundwater level impacts has been made through a comparison between the sites and the Green Acre studies, but no study has been made for the Griggs Mine site. This question is why a hydrological study would not be warranted for the Griggs Mine. Does this level of evaluation satisfy the need to assess potential impacts related to the mining at the Griggs Mine? And from my understanding of just a conversation previous, I question whether that's been satisfied. Again, I've kind of given you a lot of detail, and at the Commission's pleasure, my notes can be provided to you if you wish, because I gave it a lot of questions. But subsequently, I would ask that better safeguards be in place, more specific safeguards, including county representatives to oversee, monitor, and protect the landowners be placed in this before this land use permit is approved. Thank you, sirs.
Sir, real quick, which road does your parents live on?
Lucinda Drive? Lucinda, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Can you point that out, Mr. Woody?
On the map.
Yeah.
Runs parallel.
There's Lucinda. You can see that.
Okay, and where's the proposed mining operation? In
Right next door.
Okay.
In the heavy industrial
How
area.
far- What distances are we talking about?
Within
know.
2,000 feet, approximately 1,800 feet, I believe, to the house well.
It's a little over a quarter of a mile.
And the pond is much closer.
Third of a mile.
Pardon me?
About a third of a mile.
Yes, sir.
Third of a mile.
Yes, sir. That's all detailed. I think that there's a very good comprehensive discussion of the distances in the agenda packet. It was very helpful for us. There's a topographic map with dimensions placed to their wells. So it's very descriptive of the location.
You make sure Mr. Woody's got your notes.
I can do
Copy
that,
of
sir.
them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping that you're going to be able to say you had given him a copy of those before tonight,
I have not, sir.
because you hit us with a fire hose of questions that I think most of them relate to is who's going to answer questions that your parents may have, or who's in the county is going to advocate on their behalf if there's a problem. That's the theme I got from most of those questions, which I think that's a very legitimate question of someone looking after their parents. So I guess I would ask Mr. Woody, and I see him scratching his head too, maybe Mr. Elliott could come forward, and between Mr. Elliott and Mr. Woody, they can answer some of those questions you prepared, Mr. Elliott.
If I may, sir, part would be question about who will represent their interests or be a liaison with the county.
Right.
Because I am certainly protecting them in their age, and that they don't incur an unduly stressful situation in the future. My hope is that no impacts would occur, but probably is the word we're using. I would also ask, though, that to prevent a negative consequences, that maybe the commission look at the use permit and the provisions, and I'm sorry to say, maybe back up a bit and make sure certain restrictions are imposed that are reasonable to protect the residents around this site.
The board can impose reasonable conditions to an approval of a permit, so we do have that latitude to do that. And hopefully Mr. Elliott can answer some of those questions that you had if we'll let him come forward.
Sure.
Chairman,
Thank you.
one last question. Sir, when you give him your information, would you put your contact information on there?
I'd be happy to, sir.
Because if you don't get answers tonight, I think they're very valid questions. They need to be answered before this thing is ever approved, every one of them.
That'd be much
So make sure
appreciated,
that
sir.
somebody knows how to get in touch with you.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Mr. Chairman, one question for Mr. Woody. Are you familiar with what kind of buffering is there now, natural buffering that is between the residents and the pit?
I don't know what buffering exists between this
You
gentleman's
answer that,
property
Ken?
and the mine. I can't answer that.
Mr. Elliott probably can. Thank you.
Please come forward, Mr. Elliott.
Good evening, Ken Elliott, Elliott Consulting, 202 Elliott Road in Idlet. I am the permit consultant. I'm representing Mr. H.D. Newbern III here tonight, who's making an application for this use permit. The last thing that we want to do is affect in a negative manner anybody's water wells. Dewatering is a standard practice of sand mining, especially in eastern North Carolina. Hydrogeological studies have been made at a lot of mines. In lieu of a hydrogeological study for this particular situation, we are preemptively installing these monitoring wells. This was volunteered to do by Mr. Newbern under the direction of the engineering section of the planning division. A lot of hydrogeological studies, when they are done by predictive analysis, computer analysis. They do not use real monitoring wells installed in surrounding grounds when they are when they're making the study. They use computer analyses, computer models to predict what the impact will be on mining. The other mine that was referenced in this statement about the hydrogeological survey, the first survey done there was in 2002 and then again in 2013. There was an impact of approximately 2 to 4 feet of groundwater at 500 feet out from the mine and only a couple of feet further out. In that particular place, we used enhanced ditching, hydration ditches to mitigate that, and the water levels dropped only a couple of feet out at 600 feet, which is where the closest houses were. These, there are 2 residences within 2,000 feet of this mine, one at 1,800 feet, another one at 1,700 feet. And we're predicting at the most about a 2-foot drop. Now, the elevations here at this mine are lower than the ones at the other location in Jarvisburg, 6 miles away. That is a pretty firm prediction. But we are putting into place some mitigating devices. The monitoring wells will be installed before any dewatering will occur, and as soon as they are installed, and in fact, that will be one of the very first things which occurs after the permit is approved by your board. They will immediately be, the water levels will immediately be measured, and will be measured every 2 weeks until at least through March, when it's predicted that the first dewatering may occur. That will give us our base levels. The staff gauges have already been installed. They were installed in September. And we have been measuring those pond water levels every 2 weeks since then. We are going to construct and maintain enhanced ditching. That is, the enhanced ditching is actually 2 1,000-foot long existing ditches, which are east of the proposed excavation area. The water level in those ditches will be kept in a full level and will be controlled by a water height control device on the north end of those ditches. The 3/4 of an acre sediment pond will be an above ground structure which will be full at all times, which will put a load on the groundwater levels and enhance the hydration of the water table. The sediment pond will be draining itself into that hydration ditch. Then, last but not least, Mr. Newbern has signed an agreement saying that he will repair any wells or damage any wells or whatever happens that might be the fault of dewatering. In addition to that, if there is any damage to anybody's water wells, then we will immediately stop dewatering until those problems are resolved. We will not allow any damage to Mr. Foltz or anybody else's water wells to occur that we do not resolve. The question of Mr. Carnegie about monitoring the monitoring wells will be the job of Elliott Consulting at this time. The readings which are taken from that are collected and sent in to the planning department on a quarterly basis. This is something that we have done at other locations and is a standard practice. We continue to send in those results. If a quarter comes up and we're late getting them, we hear about it very quickly at the other locations. So the planning department is well aware that we're monitoring things. As far as damage to Mr. Foltz's pond, I'm certainly not anticipating anything. The best I can tell you is that we will address any issues that come up. That's one of the reasons we put in these staff monitors in these ponds immediately. This is the driest time of the year. We are noting right now what the pond levels are for this month and the past 2 months. That way, if we do have any damage or if we see any problems indicated by a dropping of water level in the ponds, we'll know about it before it becomes critical. And then the operator will address the problem. I believe he would be glad to guarantee that he will address that, as well as, damage to any water wells at the homes. There are only a total of 3 water wells within a 2,000-foot radius of this excavation. One is a farm use well, and the other 2 are residences. And we have spoken with those residential owners and have assured them that we will take care of the problems at their homes.
Do we have county water running down that road, Mr. Scanlon?
I'm not aware.
I guess that was
I don't think so.
a tough question to ask you off the cuff, wasn't it? Yes, sir.
Mr. Elliott?
Yes.
Have you had any conversation with the gentleman with the pond to see just what impact 2 foot would be to him, if any, whatsoever? I don't know what his pond's for. Is it a fishing pond, or, it might be 2 foot deep is only, or something. I don't know. Is that something that y'all have discussions about, the impact that he anticipated?
When I dug the pond, I dug it with a crane.
Mm-hmm.
I went clean down to underground water.
Mr.
It kept bubbling up.
Excuse me.
And then run over. No, I'm sorry.
You're fine, but that's not sworn testimony. He didn't sign in, so.
I was addressing it to Mr. Elliott.
And I apologize, sir, out of respect, but we have to follow the rules for this.
My question was to Mr. Elliott. So.
That question was not asked to Mr. Foltz. I was aware that he had dug it probably as deep as he could. I'm sure we have to. At this particular time, the pond is at approximately 3 feet below the top of the bank.
I was just thinking sometimes the easiest way to make sure there's not going to be a problem to anticipate it ahead of time. That's the reason I asked.
Right. The other question that I'm aware of that Mr. Carnegie had was regarding noises or noise levels. As you know, there are no noise level ordinances regarding mining operations. We would be happy to monitor those noise levels. Between the excavation area and Mr. Foltz's home, there are 2 separate visual and I would think audible screens of full-growth trees and fields. So that would help mitigate things right there. Generally, a dewatering pump is operating at an idle speed of approximately 1,100, 1,200 RPMs. And yes, when you are dewatering, generally the pumps are running 24 hours, but that doesn't mean they're going to be running 365 days a year. They will generally run until enough sand has been removed and stockpiled, and then the pump is shut off. Yes, sir.
How big are these pumps? How many horsepower?
I don't know what the horsepower size, sir, is, but it's approximately 10,000 gallons an hour. Mr. Newbern may be able to answer this.
10,000 gallons an hour, that's a pretty good sized pump.
It's a standard size for dewatering.
Okay, it's a big pump.
Yes, sir. It's usually about an 8-inch or a 6-inch pump.
Okay, I'm just saying, running 24/7 at 2 o'clock in the morning in a summer night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at these folks right here like I would my 87-year-old mother. That doesn't sound good. That's not where I want to hear 24/7 until you get what you're trying to accomplish. First of all, is that time set in stone 24/7 until you're dewatered? The other thing is this. I know the UDO states that mining activities can run from dawn to dusk Monday through Saturday.
They are generally referring to the actual excavation by excavators or drag lines and the hauling of.
Okay, that's all right. Well, that's what I'm thinking. All right, it's daylight saving time. Dusk is 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to bet you that a lot of people go to bed in this county around 9 o'clock.
Right.
And then dawn the next morning, we'll say is 6. Mr. Woody, how much is that dawn to dusk locked in on the UDO that we can have some?
Make a condition what you want.
Well, if I could just interject a moment, and it's specific too, it's with this in mind. I think in order for the dewatering to be effective, it has to be ongoing, or you just get the backfill. I think we do, and Mr. McCree can clarify this. While we don't have any ordinance that speaks specifically to sound emanating from a mining operation, we do, however, have a county ordinance that speaks to sound. The only reason I know this because there was some complaints near me about another mining operation, and the sheriff's department came and the decibel. Now, is that correct? Would our ordinance relative to sound be applicable here to this?
Yes, it would, and there are no exceptions to the sound ordinance for mining operations.
Okay.
And this is anecdotal, but those generators don't. What is it? 65 decibels.
Well, I'm not so much. All right, I moved on from the pumps. Now I'm talking about a drag line or trucks or whatever at 6 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night. It says mining operations. That means you can be out there digging, pushing, doing whatever. Is that right?
It says hours of in no case shall the hours of operation be beyond dawn to dusk.
Okay, and my question is this: are we locked into dawn to dusk? Because to me, it should be at least 7 to 7. Dawn to dusk. That's 8:30 at night, and 6 o'clock in the morning. That's and it's less than 2,000 feet away, and you're going to expand it.
As written, we are locked in from dawn to dusk in the ordinance. That's specifically what it says.
Woody, the mining operation right there in Jarvisburg that is referred to previous, how close are those homes to that mining operation?
Good question.
I think they've essentially joined that parcel, the mining parcel.
They're closer.
Very
had
close, yeah.
Complaints with pumps or noise or anything from that operation?
The only thing I'm aware of in that scenario was some complaints on wells going bad. I'm not aware of complaints on noise.
But I mean, the mine adjoins the subdivision there.
It does.
And one other question, Mr. Elliott, can you speak to what's referred to as the cone of depression, and specifically relative to the 2,000-foot distance, or 1,800 foot in this case distance?
Again, Commissioner Griggs, we are not anticipating any major impact below maybe 2 feet at that distance.
I mean, my understanding, just anecdotal as it is, the cone of depression, as it goes away from the pond, it affects less and less depth.
That's correct.
So the farther away you go, the less impact there is to a water table. Is that correct?
That's correct. Generally, you start seeing complete mitigation within 1,000 feet.
That's.
Excuse me, can I finish? I wasn't finished. All right. So the UDO is locked in from dawn to dusk, and there's nothing we can do about it.
You could add a condition to the permit specific to this mining operation if you wanted to alter. If you wanted to make the times more restrictive, you can do that through the use permit, but you cannot make them less restrictive.
But we can make them more restrictive.
through the use permit to this individual property, yes.
Exactly. So we could go 7 in the morning to 7 at night.
You could limit their hours of operation.
Okay, the second thing is this, and I appreciate what you're saying. I think your words were, I don't see us, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. The concern this gentleman's got is what guarantees do his parents have? And I think you said you live in Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Okay,
so he's in Pennsylvania, they're down here, and we got, hey, man, I got you. If that were my mother, I want some guarantees. What can you do to ease some of his concerns as far as guarantees go?
Okay.
And the key word here is guarantee.
Okay. We've already put in place a written guarantee of damages to their water wells. His other concern was damage to the pond itself. Right?
And noise.
Okay, and noise. Okay. He's obviously an engineer, very intelligent person, so he's probably aware of noise ordinances and maximum decibels. We would be very happy to run auditory tests on a regular basis during dewatering activities, especially according to approved methods, which is usually in a concentric circle around an activity. And those monitoring measurements can be placed in to the county, just like the monitoring well activities. Now, as far as damage to their pond, probably we can guarantee that damage will be addressed, and we will certainly work, and we would put that in writing to him. What I would like to do would be to discuss with his family what type of damages or what their definition of damage would be.
And I tell you what, he impressed me to, and that's not hard to do, but I'm putting myself in his shoes as and I bet he's an only child. You're not sorry, but anyway, I do have concerns that I want his valid concerns addressed, not just like we're talking here tonight. And to me personally, I don't want to approve it till his concerns are addressed. I mean, if it means continuing or whatever, but I think he brings up valid points.
He does, sir. There are certain issues there which are not addressed in the UDO in specific relation to the extractive industry. But we will be glad to address every one of these issues with him.
Just a couple of comments. When you stop dewatering at the primary site, what happens?
You mean at the end of the permit period?
At the pit, when you stop dewatering, when you turn the pump off, what happens?
The groundwater rises back up.
And it fills it back up to
That's
what?
correct.
To what level?
To its normal level.
Is there any indication that a pond 1,800 feet away, if it is affected at all, won't do the same thing? That is, fill right back up.
Oh, yeah, it'll certainly go right back up. There would not be any.
I mean, we have approved numerous mining permits. If there are any specific questions relative to the sound, to the dewatering, we have an engineer right here that can probably answer those questions, because are we inventing the wheel here again?
Yeah.
May I make a comment?
Hold on one second. I think the cut to the chase is what the gentleman wants to make sure is that his parents are taken care of, they're not harmed. In the event that there's an issue, they're not wallering around trying to get a hold of you or Mr. Newbern or somebody to get it done. I think what he's asking is, he's not opposed to what you're doing. He just wants to make sure his parents are held harmless and their property isn't harmed. But in the event that there is an issue, he wants to feel like there's somebody in the county that is going to advocate for them and is going to correct the issue, because he's in Pennsylvania. I understand that. So I think to get to the cut to the chase is, if there's an issue, who in the county is going to be on top of this to make sure it's corrected? Is it going to be Eric Weatherly, the engineer? Is it going to be Ben Woody, the plan and zoning officer? Is it going to be Dan Scanlon, the county manager? I think that's where we're beating all around the issue. They want to know, he wants to know that his parents are taken care of and who's going to do it if there's an issue and who in the county is going to do it. That's what I read from the question. So who is it?
It'll be the planning department.
So if there's an issue with the reports he sends to you and they're being adversely affected, the planning department is going to intervene on their behalf to make sure it's corrected.
Yes, we are going to enforce whatever requirements of the ordinance or this use permit exists. And if that requires as a condition that damages be corrected or dewatering cease, then we'll make sure that happens.
I think that cuts to the chase of what he is trying to relay to us, and we've been talking about it in different ways. I'll just cut to the chase. So it's incumbent that if there is an issue, that it's corrected.
Right. If I may add one more thing.
Yes, sir.
The North Carolina Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Division of Water Resources, is also contacted about this permit. We register with them. They monitor the amount of water which is pumped, and they are the state agency which is responsible to address problems from adjacent owners, and that has happened in the past.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to piggyback on what you said, where I think we're at is trying to define, number one, things that should be done to define what's going to be done. For example, with sound, you mentioned there's some vegetative barriers between the pump and their house. There's nothing that definitively says that it is required to defer or diffuse the sound to prevent impacting their house. So there is some gray, if you will. We talk about damages to their well, to their pond. I would suggest to you that both of you have an interest in is the definition of damage. If the definition of damage is the pond goes down a foot and every swimming thing in the pond is now belly up, that pond then suffered damage, whether or not it was within your 2.5 feet or not. So I think there's some, definitions, and I tend to agree with you, Butch. I'm not sure we're prepared to say we know the extent of what you're asserting is going to happen and address the concerns of what may happen and what the response is going to be. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Certainly.
And not to just kick it down the road, another meeting or another month, whatever. But I think there needs to be an expectation from the property owner that everything's delineated. The speed dial button for whoever at the county is going to pick up the phone when there's an issue, and that way it's managing expectations. You know what's required of you. He knows what we're asserting, and that way we can get it handled as quickly as possible.
Okay. I can tell you that we will work closely with Mr. Foltz and his family here. I can send in reports to them as well as the county in regards to water levels that we're seeing. And we'll certainly address any of his questions. We'll be glad to do audio tests out there. The reason that we put in this presentation about the berms around the pump was that we have found those to be very effective in mitigating noise. So,
but the definition of that berm, you understand?
Yeah.
What define a berm?
Okay, it's going to be, a berm is going to be a sand berm.
I understand. That was a rhetorical question. My bad. So my point is, you can have a berm 2 feet high. You can have a berm 20 feet high.
As high as the.
So the point is, what I think we'd love to have is you appear here and go, here was the list of what we agreed to. This is what we've all ponied up, and there's no misunderstandings about what the expectations are.
Right.
Then this is easy.
I have a question, if I could, and this could go either to Mr. Woody or go Mr. Woody. Of all the mining operations we have now currently approved in Currituck County, have we got these worries and concerns in that special use permit? In other words, are we doing all this now with the existing mining operations in this county?
No.
We're not doing it to my knowledge, we're not doing it to any of them.
We are not. No, this particular application with its emphasis on monitoring wells and the staff levels, that's things we haven't done in other mining operations. So no, this is new territory.
So what you're saying, we're requiring more?
Yes.
Mr. McCree, does that have any? Just ask the question. If we have mining operations going on in the county now that do not rise to the level of the special use restrictions we're now looking at inculcating or permitting in this one, are we treating, is there an issue here of disparate treatment, or we're not doing any of this to any of the other mining permits, so is it okay to do it to this one and not do it to the other ones?
Well, each case stands on its own. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what is it that we're not doing to other
The sound
permits?
Sound abatement is one of them right off the top of my head.
Well, I think, again,
And
each application stands on its own, and based upon the evidence presented to you, you may impose conditions that are reasonably related to the use of this specific piece of property, given its conditions, its circumstances, and the evidence presented to you on what impacts the use of this property may have.
Okay, but I think in previous testimony presented tonight, it was presented that there are houses much closer than this 1,800 feet that we have not imposed these restrictions on. I'm just asking, are we getting ourselves in a...
No, I don't think so. Again, that case at the time stood on its own. I don't recall what the evidence may have been or know what the evidence may have been that caused certain conditions to be placed or not to be placed on that permit, but that would not be relevant to this particular permit.
At the risk of moving along.
Well, I want to ask one more question. No, I'm okay. Blaze of glory. Is your applicant willing to adjust the dusk to dawn?
Yes.
Dawn to dusk.
Yes.
To shorten the time.
You make that a condition. You don't
I know,
have a
but I
choice.
want to make sure that they're open to the idea.
That would be no problem, Mr. Petra.
All right, I'm going to try again. We're going to recognize Mr. Everett Thompson at this time. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Don't go too far to the back, because I'm sure we'll have you back again.
Well, I'm Everett Thompson. I'm from Elizabeth City. I'll be very short. It's a long night. It's getting late. I really will be short. I represent, well, let me say, Bittersweet Farms is the owner of this property. Mr. Newbern derives his permit and his right to want to mine from Bittersweet. Bittersweet has granted a lease to Shea Balance, and Shea Balance is assigning that lease to Mr. Newbern. I represent 10 of the 13 members of the LLC. All the members of the LLC are either children or grandchildren of Minnie Griggs, and we have filed a lawsuit against Pam Balance and Shea Balance, alleging that their authority to grant this lease and this mining is they have no authority to do that. And just give you a little brief history, and then I'll sit down. All this property was owned by Minnie Griggs. She put it into the LLC in 2012. She transferred some of her interest to her children and grandchildren. We represent 3 of her children and 7 of her grandchildren. And then on her deathbed, on November the 5th last year, Pam Balance, using a power of attorney, conveyed all the rest of Minnie Griggs' interest in the LLC to a revocable trust of Mrs. Griggs. And then there's another document purportedly executed that same day while Ms. Griggs is on her deathbed in the hospital, whereby all that was, that her revocable trust was modified so that upon her death, Pamela Balance would then have control of the LLC. And this is a document that's not dated, not witnessed, not notarized, and that's the basis of the lawsuit. The people that I represent, the 10 members of Bittersweet, would ask that you table this request pending the litigation. We filed a lawsuit on October the 9th. We sued Pam Balance and Shay Balance. They have not yet filed an answer. They've got an extension of time. Mr. Sewell is their attorney. He's here today. But we just ask that you table this pending the litigation. And, of course, Mrs. Griggs' estate has not been settled either. But those are the things that I'd ask you to do. And I'd answer any questions anybody has.
I have a question. Are you asserting that you have standing in this application?
Standing?
Yes, sir.
Well, Bittersweet owns the property. I represent 10 members of the 13 members of Bittersweet.
Well, the reason I ask is we had one member state that they had the shares. Now, you're saying that that's not so.
Shay Balance owns 1/13. Pamela Balance owns 1/13. Pamela Balance would tell you, if she testified here, that her voting rights to the Bittersweet come from the document she personally executed herself as a power of attorney of Minnie Griggs, conveying it to herself, which is a presumption of fraud. But that's in the pleadings.
Which that gets to my point. Are you saying that because of that you're saying this is not valid?
We believe that the lease assignment is not valid. It's self-serving because, for one thing, Shay Balance is getting paid $1,600 a month for the assignment where he's a manager, but he's profiting personally. So he's got a conflict of interest and a breach of his fiduciary responsibility.
My question again is that a party to this application, what you're asserting?
Well, I think that it is, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions? Well, I'm going to let Mr. Sewell speak now, and then we'll let our attorney speak, and then we'll try to figure out. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name's Chris Sewell. I'm an attorney from Manteo. Seems like you all have a whole lot on your plate, and we just got in something else that's, I'm thinking, or my position is going to be, it's really something you don't need to get into. The property is owned, I represent Bittersweet Farms, LLC, which is the owner of this particular property that Mr. Newbern is pursuing the permit for with our permission. And as, of course, we have an interest being the owner of the property. Now, what I need to just bear with me a minute, an LLC is a limited liability company, as you all probably know. And in North Carolina, limited liability companies are similar to but different from corporations. A limited liability company is managed and controlled by managers. Managers, in this particular case, Pam Balance and Shay Balance are the managers. That's not, you didn't hear Mr. Thompson say, and I apologize for making this a courtroom type thing, but he didn't say that they weren't managers. He says he represents members. And I think you can equate members similar like shareholders in a corporation. The officers and directors of the corporation run it, and the shareholders own the stock in it. And maybe they don't like it. And obviously they don't like it because they've sued the LLC, who we represent. But be that as it may, the managers still control and operate the limited liability company. And until a court says otherwise, that's the way it's going to be. Now, what I would say is, from your standpoint, is that is an argument for another forum. That's a court. Now, if the court wants to entertain Mr. Thompson's arguments that he represents 10 folks and 10 outnumbers, is a majority of 13, fine. He can go into court tomorrow and ask the court to make a decision in that way. But I think that from your standpoint, you're looking at your ordinance, and I think you should approach it. I'll defer to Mr. Craig because he's going to advise you about this, but I think you ought to defer and just consider what your ordinance is and consider the permit, whether it's valid, should be issued or not, or whatever the conditions are, based upon your ordinance, and not get into the legal argument, which I think is really something for another day in another place. And that's about all I probably need to say about that. But I think that this is really not the forum to get into that argument, and that I do represent the LLC. I do represent the managers of the LLC, and until the court says otherwise, they're the managers. And I don't think Mr. Thompson is going to dispute that. He's saying he's represents some of the members, which are the owners. But Mrs. Griggs not on her deathbed, but in December of 2012, months before she died, resigned as manager and appointed her daughter Pam as manager, and she's been manager since then. And therefore, she is the one that has control over the LLC as the manager until a court says otherwise. Again, thank you very much. If I have any questions about this, I'll be glad to entertain them, or you're probably going to ask those questions of your attorney more so.
I would be scared to ask any.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell.
Just quickly, I think the issue really is for you, do we have the proper applicant before you requesting this permit? On its face, and what the county staff has to rely upon is the public record. And what we have found from review of the Secretary of State's website, where LLCs and corporations go and file and register their documents of creation and organization and otherwise, we find, as Mr. Sewell just presented to you, that Ms. Balance and Mr. Balance are managers of this LLC, and under the statutes they have the authority to manage and do acts on behalf of the LLC until such time as the courts change or modify that. So I think from your perspective and from the staff's opinion that you do have the proper applicant before you, and therefore it would be my opinion that you should proceed forward with this application like you would with any other, making a determination based upon evidence presented to you in the course of this hearing whether the applicant meets the criteria and requirements for issuance of a permit.
Thank you. Any other questions? You weren't signed. You didn't come forward and get sworn in. I'm sorry. If the board wishes to open the open the swearing in again, you're going to have to motion to do so. All right. Hearing nothing else, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve PB 14-25 with staff findings and recommendations that will be included in the case analysis. Particularly, these would be the hours of operation be limited to 7 to 7. The business would not operate on the weekends from the holidays of Memorial Day to Labor Day. That the warranty and protection for neighboring wells be in the form of a warranty or guarantee. And that all monitoring findings be shared with the neighbors as requested. What have I left out?
Got me covered.
Making Mr. Woody the
overseer.
The overseer.
And Mr. Woody is, as the planning director, would be the overseer of all this and the collection of data.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. We are going to take, I
10 minutes.
hate to do it, but
Real quick.
yes.
Real quick.
Yes.
The 7 to 7 will not invalidate the dusk requirement because the dusk is more restricted.
It does
correct?
not. In times of the year when the dusk is more restricted,
So,
that will
like
apply.
now, you're not going to get till 7 p.m.
Okay. Move to the next agenda item. Public hearing and action, PB 1427, Bissell Professional Group, request to amend the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 5, Development Standards, and Chapter 6, Subdivision and Infrastructure Standards to modify the street intersection standards of the UDO. Mr. Wooding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a text amendment. Staff has discussed intersection spacing at previous meetings and with applicants in the past, so this isn't really a new topic necessarily. What brought this amendment forward is it's actually directly related to the next agenda item you're going to see. The very next case is a subdivision that didn't meet the intersection spacing requirement of the ordinance, and so the applicant has filed a text amendment. What this basically does, our current ordinance says that intersections on major arterial streets must be separated by 1,000 feet. So if you take Currituck Highway, NC 12, it would mean that two intersections would have 1,000 feet in between them. On any other street, the intersection spacing was 400 feet. And what this does is this text amendment proposes to do is to actually set an intersection spacing based on, number one, the type of street it is, whether it's a local street, a collector, or a major arterial, and then secondly, base the spacing on the speed limit of that street. So what this proposal does is if you have small streets in a neighborhood or local streets, you would be able to have intersections closer than 400 feet. Now, I'll say, admittedly, there's a lot of streets in Currituck County that are much less than 400 feet. I can't really explain how those intersections came to be, but our ordinance right now has two options, 400 or 1,000 feet. What this amendment does is it gives some context to the intersection spacing. And you can see a table there that kind of outlines speeds and different spacing requirements. And I want to do is show kind of a graphic. The graphic is not to scale, I'll go ahead and say that, so I know it's not to scale, but it just kind of shows some of the intersection spacing scenarios. What we did in developing this is we looked at a lot of the other counties in the area in North Carolina. Most counties have intersection spacings of around 125 feet to about 150 for local roads, for small roads, which Currituck's is 400 right now. And they tend to have spacing of 800 to 1,000 feet on major arterials, which Currituck has 1,000. So what we did is we developed a matrix of intersection spacing based on road type and speed to be consistent, number one, with what other places are doing, kind of benchmark. But number two is we actually went to DOT and worked with DOT on these spacing requirements to make sure we weren't creating a conflict with the Department of Transportation. DOT thought these were good standards. They're actually still more restrictive than what DOT would require. So even if the board adopted this amendment to have less intersection spacing than what we currently require, it is still more restrictive than the DOT standards. So what this does, again, is it provides some flexibility in intersection spacing. In discussing with the DOT and with looking at other jurisdictions, I don't think this creates any kind of issues. I think it gives a little more flexibility in laying out street networks. And the next subdivision gives a good example of this because they want to put a 5-lot subdivision on a street, but they can't get the street to meet the 400 feet spacing from an existing intersection. So if not for this type of text amendment or this type of flexibility, you couldn't even put a street in for the subdivision. And that's the impetus of this. And I can answer any questions you have. Bissell Professional Group submitted this. I know they're here to present some information as well. And staff does recommend approval of this request. It went to the planning board meeting, and they too recommended unanimous approval.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Wooding? I have no one signed up to speak. I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Bissell, do you have anything briefly you'd like to say?
Well asked, Mr. Chairman. No, the staff planning department has done such a great job of putting this together that I really don't have anything to add other than that the existing ordinance is very restrictive, and I think that without having some flexibility, you'll find that there are properties that would not be able to get street access under the current ordinance. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Bissell? And Mr. Woody, you feel like staff has done a thorough review of this and you're quite satisfied?
I do. I feel like the county's very consistent with best practice in transportation engineering with this, and I think it's a positive moving forward.
Any other questions? Did I close the public hearing? I'll close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve PB 14-27 due to its consistency with the land use plan and that the request is reasonable and in the public interest because it encourages a compact street network. Policy HN3. That's my motion.
Have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose. Motion carries. Next item is public hearing and action PB 1426 Old Bay Ridge, request for a preliminary plat use permit for a 5-lot subdivision located in Currituck on the east side of Tulse Creek Road, approximately 600 feet north of Brumsey Road, tax map 49, parcel 82C, Crawford Township. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of or opposed to this, please come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for a 5-lot major subdivision. The board generally does not see major subdivisions of this size. As you know, our ordinance says that any major subdivision of 20 or less lots can be approved at the staff level, and any subdivision greater than 20 lots is approved by the Board of Commissioners. This particular tract of land is actually a residual parcel from other subdivisions. So, in fact, this tract of land has had well more than 20 lots cut out of it. That's why it comes to you as a 5-lot major subdivision. Tulse Creek Road, Brumsey Road is a location of the tract. It is designated as limited service on the 2006 land use plan. Size of the site is 13.5 acres. It's zoned single-family mainland. The proposal is for 5 residential lots. Gives a density of 0.37 units per acre, so very low density, less than a third of a unit per acre. There's a requirement for 4.05 acres of open space, which is 30% of the tract area. They're actually providing 6.66 acres of open space. That's partially because there's a large wetland area on the tract, so that's driving some of the open space, but they're certainly over what the minimum requires. Lot sizes are over an acre. They range from approximately, I think, 43,000 square feet on the low end to close to 55,000 on the high end, so just kind of your typical 1-acre tracts. Site is served by county water and on-site septic systems. Applicant is keeping some buffering between the lots and the road. There's some buffering that will exist between the lots and the wetlands that are on the property. Really not much more to say than this. That does require a fee in lieu of parkland dedication. The fee is a total of $892 that goes towards recreation improvements in the county. The findings are in your staff report. Staff has made suggested findings in the affirmative for each of those. I can answer any questions you have on the findings. TRC has heard this or has reviewed this request and does recommend conditional approval approval of the 5-lot residential subdivision. And there are conditions on the TRC approval. Those include NCDOT review and approve the street layout prior to approval of the preliminary plat. The 5-foot landscape buffer remain in place. Existing landscape can be preserved along Lot 2 on Tulse Creek Road, and the county will accept the payment in lieu of parkland dedication. Planning Board also heard this request and recommended unanimous approval, and I can answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Mr. Woody? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. We have Mr. Old and Mr. Bissell signed up to speak. Do y'all have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I would add, well, as Mr. Woody said, we had provided suggested findings of fact showing that it does meet all the criteria for the issuance of a use permit. We, as far as the use permit conditions that were recommended by the staff and the planning board, we are fine with those conditions. Condition 1, that NCDOT review and approve the street layout. They have actually already issued a permit for that street, so that condition has been satisfied, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Bissell? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion. Unless Mr. Old, did you have anything? Okay. Ask the board for a motion.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve PB 14-26 with the staff findings and recommendations included in the case analysis. Reference specific findings and reasons using the case analysis as a guide, and I'm assuming that covers the requirements from planning and TRC, so that's my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item is public hearing and action, PB 1416, Lakeview at Currituck Development Agreement, request for a development agreement between Currituck County and Survey Road LLC for property located in Moyock on Survey Road west of the intersection with Currituck Highway, Tax 15, Parcel 83, Moyock Township. Mr. Woody?
I will give a real brief overview, then turn it directly over to Mr. Morrison. Just wanted to remind the board that this is a development agreement, and the first one the county has considered as part of a public hearing and possible adoption. What this does is it's agreement to extend a force main to the Lakeview at Currituck subdivision. This subdivision, as I've mentioned at the last meeting, was originally rezoned to residential in 2006. The PUD overlay was established in 2007. As part of that 2007 overlay, one, it allowed for 146 lots, which is still the density before the board today. And two is, as part of that original overlay and a requirement of PUD overlays, is central wastewater was a requirement of that development to move forward. Originally, the developer was proposing to build their own wastewater system in this subdivision. At one point, there was discussion of connecting into the Eagle Creek wastewater system. And now before you tonight, they are proposing through the development agreement to connect to the county wastewater system. One thing I did want to point out before concluding my brief presentation, just wanted to show the board kind of the zoning pattern that exists for the wastewater line extension. If you can see on this map, the brown areas are kind of the washout areas, are agriculturally zoned. Where you see the acronym PUD with the red crosshatch, that is Lakeview at Currituck. That is a property to be serviced by this wastewater extension and development agreement. And you can see that the dark blue line that runs from Moyock Commons down the highway, then partially down Survey Road, that would be the location of the that is a wastewater line extension. And I'm pointing this out because I want the board to see that the zoning districts that are prevalent along this wastewater line extension are, of course, general business in the Moyock Commons area, and the brown or washout areas on agricultural, which does not allow higher density residential subdivisions unless until as such time as a board approves that for a rezoning. And then, of course, down at the intersection of Survey Road and the highway, you see additional general business area that picks up. So I do want to point out that this wastewater line extension primarily serves either general business zoning, the Lakeview at Currituck subdivision, or agriculturally zoned properties.
So what you're saying, so I can be clear, what you're saying is this will not enhance high-density development in these areas where this wastewater line will continue to?
Not as the current zoning pattern exists.
So in other words, this board or a future board would have to rezone that property.
That is correct.
Get to that density level that we're hearing about today.
That is correct. And I can answer any other questions you have.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Woody?
I have one more. Mr. Woody, you said originally they talked about a package sewer system. Okay, from what they originally talked about, a package system versus hooking up to county sewer, would that give them any density increase or any number of lot increases?
It does. The county sewer does not. I mean, it's really. It's no different. The fact that the PUD has to have centralized wastewater, so whether they provide it on site or as part of this PUD really doesn't change the density of 146 lots. Now, is it conceivable they could come in the future and request additional density? It's possible, but that's possible for any development. So
they could do that if they put their own sewer system in.
Yeah,
correct?
They can do that either way. I mean, you can ask for different densities or different types of lots, but as it stands today, the density is not changing from the original PUD approval of 146 lots to the current one in place.
What I'm trying to get to simply is this: keep hearing about how the central wastewater of the county is creating all this density issue, and the issue is not wastewater. The issue is density and lot sizes. It's not the wastewater piece of it. I guess it's if they're allowed to put in their own central plant, the density and the lot sizes can still remain the same whether they hook up to county wastewater or their own central system. Is that correct?
Yes, you are, as a developer, able to build your own central wastewater system.
That was my point. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? I guess one of the questions also is do you want a bunch of these package systems popping up all over Moyock?
Look at the Outer Banks.
Or like and it's a mess on the Outer Banks all the time because you have all these different systems over there. So I guess another question, I don't know if it's us that need to decide it or another board or whatever, but do you want all these different wastewater systems right there in the same vicinity, or are you better served having one?
My opinion is you're better served having one, and then if there's concerns with density or land use, you address that through your zoning ordinance.
Exactly.
Thank you.
The issue with the little central sewer systems, as you well know and I know, is when they start to fail, well, then who is left holding the bag? Generally, you're looking at it.
Yeah.
The county.
That's correct. All right.
I would like to just remind, is there any plan for the county to extend that sewage line right now within the next 5 years towards Survey Road?
I'm not aware of one, no.
No, there's not.
There is not. So, so I question, why there is a need there. But let's go ahead.
Well, I'll just add this one thing. When we were putting in the main sewer lines, there was talk about taking it down to Survey Road, and we didn't have the money to take it down there.
That is correct.
That was part of the plan, was to take it to Survey Road so that you had a whole corridor where a commercial could go.
Because that whole area was business or general business.
Correct. And we didn't have the funds at the time to do it. So it was discussed previous. We just weren't able to plan it. So with that, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all inviting me tonight. I've had a wonderful time being here. It's been, I can't remember when I've been to such a wonderful party this late. First, Mr. Chairman, when we left off a week ago, the public hearing was recessed. It was not ended. So I think it would be incumbent to ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this issue, and then you close the public hearing if not.
And that is precisely my plans. But you jumped up there so quick, I thought you wanted to be recognized first.
I just wanted to show off in front of my client.
Okay. Actually, we're on agenda item F, and I don't have people signed up for F. I have them signed up for G. I don't know if they wish to speak to this item or if they meant to wait for agenda item G. I'll certainly let anyone that wishes to speak right now come forward.
As to agenda item G, I come bearing gifts. My client will withdraw that request for a variance.
Good for him. So I'm going to go ahead and call the folks, and you can come speak now if you wish, or you can come on one of the other. We've got 3 agenda items on this same subdivision. So I have Woody Drennan, Wendy Shannon, and George Winslow. Does anyone wish to speak at this time?
I'm number 3.
Come on down, Mr. Winslow. It's kind of like Old Home Week when you show up.
George Winslow, Kelton, Virginia. Lindsay Farm is adjacent to this property. I'm neither for nor against. I just want to make sure when I came to the Planning Commission and asked this question, I'll go on record as asking the same question here at the Commissioners meeting, that the proffers that the developer gave back in, I guess it's 2010, concerning the line between the two properties, the vegetation, the fence. I want to make sure that is still in effect.
That has not changed.
And there was no intent of changing that.
We have no intention of changing that.
Thank you very much. I'll go home and have a good night's sleep.
Have a safe ride.
Just make sure it's in that order.
Yeah. And did Miss Shannon leave? And Woody Drehan? Drehan. I slaughtered the... Okay, that's all I had signed up then, Mr. Morrison.
Is the hearing closed?
On this particular item, do any commissioners have any questions, Mr. Woody? Then yes, I'll close the public hearing.
I'm not going to labor you with what I did 2 weeks ago. This is on the development agreement only at this time. I would be pleased to address any aspect of that you have questions upon, or if you wish me to review what I previously told you, I will. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to study it by now.
I think, Mr. Morrison, that from my talk with some of the different board members, what we would like is for the developer to agree to meet the current waste stormwater regulations, and I believe Mr. Bissell may be ready to address that maybe, but as part of an agreement, we would like to ask the developer to meet the current regulations if it's approved.
Yes, sir. He is prepared to address that, Mr. Bissell.
There's a couple of other things.
Yeah.
You should have in your packets a report that we did dated November the 7th, 2014, entitled Lakeview at Currituck PUD Stormwater Considerations. And that is the title of the cover letter to the report, and the cover letter actually summarizes the findings of that report and just gives some brief bullet points, which I'll go through. One, that the pre-development runoff that provided the standard under the old UDO that this project was approved under was 78 cubic feet per second that would be allowed to leave the site. The runoff that was actually proposed to leave the site based on the design was about half of that, about 40 cubic feet per second, and that was based on a downstream analysis that was done of the downstream ditch conditions and what the capabilities of those receiving streams or ditches was. Third, we took a look at what the new UDO would require in the new stormwater manual, which would be about 30 cubic feet per second, or retaining all but 30 cubic feet per second. But it also does have a provision to increase that based on the downstream analysis. So we are, by releasing only 40 cubic feet per second and holding twice the water that the old UDO required to be held on site, we have come close to meeting the standard of the new UDO, but in terms of the downstream analysis option, we actually do meet the requirements of the current UDO.
Mr. Petrie, you had some questions.
Can you show that slide that we had talked about since we're talking about stormwater with that ditch? Could you give a description of what this ditch, maybe either you or Mr. Weatherly can describe the importance of this ditch as far as stormwater goes?
I will attempt to describe the importance of this ditch. It is the outlet ditch, so the Lakeview at Currituck development will outlet into this ditch. As everything does in Currituck, eventually the water has to go somewhere. And as part of the original stormwater plan approval, Bissell Professional Group examined this ditch and you know the extent to which it could carry water, how much it could carry. In that original approval, there was a requirement that this ditch have some cleaning done to make sure that it had proper flow and capacity. And I don't know if Mr. Weatherly wants to articulate that better than I just did, but He's not coming up here, so I think I did okay.
I think you answered. So it is important as far as stormwater.
Yes, it is.
Another question? All right. I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Bissell.
Sure.
I received an email today that was talking about the cost of what it would be for you to do a package plant versus hooking into the county system. And I was wondering if you could kind of give me a brief on what you think those costs would be.
Respectfully, that is not in evidence before you. As you said, you received an email. You've got to base. Well, excuse me, I withdraw that objection. Go ahead.
We're not doing a special use permit. It's getting late, Mr. Morrison.
We had actually examined preliminarily the cost of 3 different alternatives. One which was to construct a wastewater treatment facility on site, another to connect to Eagle Creek's treatment facility, and a third to run the force main and connect to the county. And the cost of the first two, and I believe the county engineer and I are on the same page on that, would be fairly close. The cost of the tap fees that are being paid to the county for the connection to the Moyoc Regional Plant approximate the cost of the construction of an on-site facility.
So it's not a whole lot of difference.
Not a whole lot of difference. You got to build a lift station either way. You've got to build a longer force main to go to the county. The tap fees that the county is being paid are $946,000, and the cost of the on-site plant would be on the order of $1 million or so. So about $1.25 million either way.
Okay. And Mr. Woody, I have a question also. If this was not approved, also it was stated that under this approval, they can do patio homes on very small lots, and if this was not approved and they had to resubmit under the new UDO, what is the difference in what they could do based on this approval versus the new UDO?
There's essentially no difference. You could maybe argue that in some ways, the new UDO has more flexibility in terms of subdivision design, but in terms of density, the ability to do duplexes, patio homes, et cetera, that doesn't change in either UDO, which is common for planned unit development ordinances. When you zone property PUD, you give flexibility to the developer of that property. So there's effectively no change in the densities and types of lot patterns you could use.
About lot sizes?
No difference. You can use small lot sizes in either scenario.
So really, it's just a matter of the clock.
I would say that practically speaking, that they're moving forward under the old PUD ordinance because they've already done all the engineering and all the permitting work under that ordinance. So it's probably practically just makes more sense to keep on that track as opposed to starting over under the new ordinance. But effectively, you would have the same development look and feel. So
for the record, again, this is not a new development. This was approved in 2006 or 7?
The PUD was approved in 2007.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, alluding to the patio home situation, Mr. Woody, did you and I have a conversation? Either way, there's patio homes will not or cannot be built unless it comes back to this board, correct?
Yeah, you're approving it. The plan that you have approved previously and the one that will be amended tonight, should the preliminary plat be approved, does not include patio homes.
So it would take another action by this board.
It would require this
to
board to amend that plan for that to happen.
Thank
yes.
You.
So the average lot size, I believe you said, was 10 to 12,000.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Anyone else?
Mr. Bissell, one other question. Part of this development had some commercial to it. Is that still the plans?
Yes, there's 7.21 acres of commercial that we have shown a conceptual plan of that would be divided into 5 potential building sites.
All right. Any further questions?
I beg your pardon, 6 potential building sites.
All right, I guess a motion would be in order at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to deny PB 14-16 due to its inconsistency with the land use plan and that the request is not reasonable, not in public interest, because the sewer line extension does not result in a logical development pattern and has a negative impact on the future provisions of the public sewer.
All right, we have a motion for denial. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Hearing none.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a second. So now it's open for discussion. So my question is, we have a motion and a second. What has changed when they come back for the exact same approval?
Will they? That's my only comment.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Motion does not carry. Do we have a substitute motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve PB 14-16 with the staff findings and recommendations included in these case analysis. Reference specific findings and reasons using the case analysis as a guide. Make sure that I understand this. The variance for the setbacks has been removed.
That's correct.
The ditch will be cleaned. And you've already,
2014
in 2014 stormwater standards, which is, you said, meets or exceeds. Mr. Woody, I think, agreed with you on that. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Item H, public hearing and action, PB 1416 Lakeview at Currituck, amended preliminary plat use permit, request for an amended preliminary plat use permit for, that's on there twice, for 146 residential lots and 7.21 acres of commercial allocation located on Survey Road adjacent to Eagle Creek subdivision, tax map 15, parcel 83, Moyock Township. Mr. Woody. Yes. Anyone that wishes to speak in favor or opposition needs to come forward. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Woody.
So this is an amended preliminary plat use permit, and what this effectively does is it will make this plan consistent with the development agreement that the board just adopted. So, and there's a couple of things it really focuses on. So, number one is in the original use permit, and I got to go through this, and I apologize for that, but there was a road connection that was intended to line up with Survey Road where it serves a middle school. Part of having that alignment in place was it required an easement or dedication from the Eagle Creek Homeowners Association. That was not provided, so the access points had to be realigned as you see on this plan here. So the access points to the subdivision actually do not line up with Survey Road to the middle school entrance, which would have been a preferable alignment, but it required cooperation from the Eagle Creek Homeowners Association, which was not achieved. So that shifts this. This plan relocate sidewalks. There were portions of the plan where the sidewalks were on both sides of the street. What this does is remove some of those and route them around the pond and through the open space to have more of a trail system, which I think is probably a preferable option. Generally, it looks a little better to have the sidewalks running through open space. There was a dedication that was included in the original preliminary plat. That's where the county library was originally slated to be. That dedication goes away, and that land now goes back into the commercial acreage of the property. There was an intersection. Actually, that's been resolved by the previous approval. So, revised the phasing plan. There's still a phasing plan. There's 4 phases. It just shifted some of the locations and lots, but it generally stayed the same. There was a summary of playground equipment for each of the pocket parks. That's been removed, and what the TRC will do is construction drawings come in. We want to be able to work with the developer to identify open space activity areas that are more based on the needs of the site and where they make sense. We kind of want to take that as the phases come in. And then finally, it removed any references to community wastewater. The original plan had a community package system. The original use permit had a series of steps that had to be taken in order for them to build their own wastewater system. That's no longer necessary, so those conditions and that illustration on the plan are being removed since it's connecting to the central wastewater, to the county wastewater system. And that is my comments. The staff does recommend approval of the amended preliminary plat. I think it makes this plan consistent with the development agreement, and it's effectively what you see on your screen tonight.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Woody? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Bissell, you have anything to add?
Well, I think that Mr. Woody did a good job of discussing the plan changes. Let me just add that the DOT and the traffic engineer did do an analysis and approve the currently proposed entrance configuration and street connections to Survey Road. As far as the sidewalks, I think the way we're proposing it, you will probably have the most extensive sidewalk and trail network of any community in Currituck County to date. As far as the phasing plan, we're basically just phasing it north to south in about 1/3 increments, kind of where you see those little open spaces between some of the lots, which makes sense from a development standpoint in terms of stormwater and utilities and roadways. And as far as the pocket parks, we took the detail out because we actually want to provide some diversity between those and kind of address each one a little bit differently with its focus. And those details will be worked out at the construction stage. And then finally, as far as the connectivity road, we do rely on the text amendment that was adopted earlier this evening to make that connectivity road, which enables us to provide that connection without isolating one of the commercial sites from the rest. And I believe that pretty well covers it, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
I have one. At one time earlier on, I think in this thing, there was the entrance coming out on Survey Road was at a different location. Is that not correct? Or
yes,
being proposed to come out at a different location. I think we probably have made that a much nicer pathway or better looking. And I understand there was some issues with the homeowners association or something that never could get resolved.
It goes across a piece of property that is owned by the Eagle Creek Homeowners Association. And the association board was willing to grant an easement to allow that to happen, but the UDO requires that piece of land be owned in fee by the developer in order to be able to build a road that complies with the UDO. And the association board did not have the authority to sell a piece of land, only to grant an easement across it. And they have to have, I believe it's 75% of the membership vote to approve the sale of association property, which would have been 300 and some individual property owners signing off on this. And after working on that for some time, we came to the conclusion it just wasn't going to happen.
So the UDO, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, was the UDO a hindrance in making that happen? I mean, honestly, tell me.
Yeah, if the UDO had allowed it to be done with an easement rather than ownership and fee, then we could have made it happen. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, that brings me to my next question. Is that something that we can look into to keep from something like that maybe happening again?
You could, but I think you want to be careful.
I'll defer to the experts. I'm just
Yeah,
asking a layman's question, that's all.
Creating a right of way, which means that the land is owned in ownership by either the property owners association of Lakeview, or that DOT can assume it. I don't know that DOT would assume road that was on an easement. Perhaps they would, but I generally think you need a right of way created to do that.
It just seems kind of ironic that two regulations create or stop something much nicer from taking place and coming together. I mean, to me, it should be a fix of some kind that could help that in the future. Just observation. Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
I move to approve it, but I don't know, we don't have a number designated to it, or we go back to the PB 15.
Yeah, it is. Right there. PB 14. Yeah.
Yes.
Move to, okay, everything is 14-16, so. I move to approve PB 14-16 with staff findings and recommendations included in the case analysis.
Have a motion for approval.
And I'll second that.
Have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. Next item is consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Have a motion for approval.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners report, unless somebody has something they really feel like they need to say.
Oh, I do.
I just
But
want to say one thing. It's been fun. I appreciate it. Talk to you.
No, I was just.
Call me, I'll call you.
I was just. I'm going to call. I was just being funny. Mr. Idlet, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Ms. Gilbert?
I just want to thank the citizens of Currituck for a re-election, and I will look forward to the next 4 years.
Mr.
God
Beaumont?
I did, and I just wanted to make it as part of the record. Attended the horse show at the Rural Center last weekend, and wanted to give a report to the board of its attendance. 59 separate horses were shown at that horse show. Over 220 events were judged. Of those 59 horses, only 12 were from North Carolina. The other 47 came from Virginia. It profited the company or the county in excess of $2,000. Overall opinion was one of disbelief that there was a equine facility that nice, that close to Hampton Roads. I spoke to multiple people, including 2 people that were part of the horse circuit, that said that they were exploring with all fervor moving their horse shows to North Carolina.
Thank you. Mr. Griggs?
Not tonight, thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Yes. The Senior Center will be having a craft fair on Saturday, November 22nd from 10 until 3 p.m. There are still tables available to rent. This is an excellent time for you to get unique gifts for the holiday season. And the proceeds from the table rental will be going to the Backpack for Kids program. So support the Senior Center, and they'll have food for sale, and it'll be a good day.
Mr. Petrie?
It'll be a good day, Tater.
I forgot to say one thing. I would, while we're here in closing, I would like to wish Mr. Martin and Mr. Petrie the best and in their future endeavors. And it's been interesting and a pleasure to serve with them. And I just I applaud them and I wish them the best.
Well, I want to also say I've worked with Commissioner Martin for many years over the years, and Commissioner Petrie for the last 4 years, and I have to say they both brought unique strengths and ideas to the board. They've been a part of what I consider to be some good things, and they themselves have done some good things, brought forward a lot of help to the board, and I consider them both very good friends, and I wish them both the best. And I know that we'll be seeing you around here and there, and just tell you thanks on behalf of the citizens of Currituck for your service over these this last term. So thank you. And Mr. Scanlon?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
And with that,
Motion to adjourn.
all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed can stay.